Good morning, everyone. Invasive pickle. They're pushing the bull market real hard. Spy gapping up. Spy's gonna rip today, I think. It's good. At least we don't have to work against the market. There was a test. I think we passed. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I actually did get some sleep. I slept a bunch. I feel good today. Win yacht DD. I haven't written it yet. Peanuts. It's not my job to write the yacht DD. Someone else was supposed to do that. I'm not getting front run on my fucking super yacht. Ko-Fi? I think I have any Ko-Fis. Um, Thank you for the tests. Whoever sent those. All right. I'm doing good. Jean-Claude Van Damme did a small yacht DD in the Dillionaires. Well, that's awesome. I'm all about that. So today we got a bunch of contracts that expired on Friday, creating gamma exposure for the market makers. So we should see some upwards pressure from that. They bought a shitload of like $200 calls on Friday to drive the price down. And then, I mean, it's interesting hacksaw, but I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know, like, I haven't really been paying attention to Spurt or Gree right now. I'd imagine some shorts probably still have to get out before that goes through, but they could all be out already. They've had more than enough time, and they run it in pre-market every day. The Dans are riled up. Well, good for them. Do you think Evergrande will have any impact on U.S. markets? Of course, but our CPI is good, and inflation is transitory. 13K in the money calls currently. That's good. I meant puts, not calls. Yes. Because I slept a lot, but I'm not awake yet. Where are your resistance lines today? The only ones I'm really looking at right now are 200 and 205. We had a significant amount of trouble crossing 205 yesterday because of the gamma ramp. We'll see if that happens today. .3%. Yeah, no problem, Chris. CPI 3.1%, the highest it's been since '08. I mean, I think 5.3% is the highest, or near the highest it's been in the US since then, too. Max Payne is $200 today. It's moving up slowly, a user, but it's moving up towards 205. Can I ask what you think the biggest single problem with the market is? I would say excess liquidity. The PE ratio is astronomical. And if it surges again after the CPI news, it's going to hit even higher highs on the Schiller, like PE. So, yeah, I would say just all the liquidity pumped into the market has everything a bit overvalued right now. I would say that's the biggest threat. Ooh, my delivery driver texted me. Yeah, I would say my grocery bills have gone up. Any update on the secret DD? Not currently. Winter's Flux. Still waiting. I mean, I've updated some and released some information on it, but not the full deal yet. Earnings per share on Yahoo didn't go back to normal though. And 5.3% is that's the number the market's going to recognize. So it's the actual number. Whether it's higher or not isn't relevant. What's your opinion on uranium market? Marked? Uranium's interesting. It's a super long term play. I mean, now with all the like FOMO going on, it's probably not a good time to get in, but you have plenty of time. Um, should be like 5 year window for it to realize it's like actual highs. Did you see someone blasted your words on Supersonic about futures rollover? No. What's up, gamer? Welcome to the most lit stream on the internet. Thanks for stopping by. Make sure you boof that like button, hit subscribe, and ring that bell so you don't miss out on all the hot new content coming soon. And don't forget to check out Hot Merge. Thanks, Jean Von Claude Van Damme. Ugh. Do you think the GME floor worship is kind of absurd? I don't know what that is. That sounds weird. For love of all is holy dope, that god awful booth banana picture up. It kills the price action of GME. We were up like 7% yesterday. What do you mean? It did great things. That banana's seen shit, Dr. K. I did that intentionally, Jean-Claude Van Damme. Ko-Fi showing the donation amount? Is it? It usually doesn't. What the fuck? Okay. I think it's fixed. Thank you. Good morning, Johnny. Riku. Darth Dan, Cardinals, Pickles, and VWAP. Everyone got really drunk on Monday yesterday. Thoughts on Evergrande? I don't know. We'll see. Chinese market not looking super great. Still expecting a slow bleed today through tomorrow. Would it be worth picking up a put to hedge? Or you just want to wait out till the expected uptick? Um, I'd wait out today at least. I don't think they're gonna. I think if anything, it'll trade sideways. I don't think you're gonna see a lot of like downward price action. Thoughts on violent upside potential? I want it so bad. What makes you think that this quad witching cycle will be different than the previous? I mean, I don't. I expect it to be similar to the previous. Have you looked into the similarities between this and December? Yes. Yeah, I know. It also ran in December. Did a 50 millisecond slam. That was nuts. That was Dan Rod. Dan Rod apparently can drink an entire bottle of wine in one gulp. I think hydrogen related companies would be a long term play. 5+ years or a little sooner. It's a little more speculative, but it could be, yeah. Toyota looks really good, super long right now. What are your thoughts on the WoW auction house crafting materials futures? Rolling calls if we don't move up today. Yeah, I think so. If we hit like 210, 215, I might hold them through tomorrow. But if we stable at 205 by like this afternoon, I'll probably roll them out. How was Wall Street bets before the GME saga? I mean, a little better than it is now, but not much. It was like occasionally something decent would pop up, but for the most part, it was garbage. Yeah, 5.3% inflation. What are you having for breakfast? I am ordering food from Daniel Baloud's cafe. So we'll see how that is. Go over to your house today after school. uh they're ordering from a Dan cafe. How did I dox myself? I'm saying if a market crash is predicted, then it's already priced into the stock. Well, that's stupid. He is a Dan. I didn't think about that when I ordered it, to be fair. When rolling calls, do you see a good re-entry currently? Do you occasionally just sell the calls and not purchase and wait? Yeah, I do that sometimes. Firms need to settle a bunch of in-the-money puts from last Friday. Wouldn't they be selling shares versus buying? No, they sold the shares to hedge them. You have it backwards, Jason. Good morning, everyone. 469 likes. That sounds bullish. I mean, seller boxing doesn't really apply to GameStop, so it's I mean, those are my thoughts. GameStop was never a sub penny stock. And the arbitrage that market makers take advantage of with seller boxing wasn't applicable. So while they were naked shorting it into the ground, that it was never seller boxed. I think the biggest problem on Superstock is that like people post shit and they're like, "What's this?" and then people just make shit up to answer that question. But what was their strat? I mean, it may have been a strat they were aiming for, but it was never one that they accomplished. It's also just a way to take advantage of arbitrage on a stock that's already dead, essentially. Sorry, one sec, guys. Hello? Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. I've got fucking realtors calling me all day. I can read lips. He just said, "Don't forget the turkey, you slimy hobo cheese." So you're so convinced we're about to MOASS that you're looking to buy a mansion. Doing well, Mass. How you doing, man? What did the SEC say? They said no more pickles. I mean, I think inflation numbers came in lower than expected. No, they haven't fucked up my breakfast yet, but that's bound to happen soon. Oh shit, my breakfast is here. All right. Well, I'm not gonna go get that just yet. I mean, that's still below estimates, right? 0.1% made the market gap up. I ate 11 of the $1 cheeseburgers from Wendy's once. Um, rough. All right. Dude, they're doing big shorts. Lamb. So tiny. You aware that they took all the shares from Fidelity? No. If you're referring to the like 3.6 million that showed up out of nowhere, I'm aware that those disappeared. Yeah, I know. It's all right. It's just like the little like brioche breakfast sandwich with like a sous vide egg. Oh, you guys can't see that, can you? Stupid transparency. Oh well. Bagels with knuckle pie. I gotta eat breakfast, man. I didn't have dinner last night. Having famous New York City transparent eggs. Yeah. What else do I have? Ooh. That'll just have to wait till later. Alright. I think the spy will slow bleed, same as yesterday. We'll see. Jimmy is definitely getting dragged around a little bit. Jimmy float on WeBull is 62.7. Free float is 62.74 million. Short's doing a bit this morning, huh? We're still hunting for stop losses? It looks like it. Although that $3 gap down was weird. I said million. What's a stop loss? Exactly. Information being presented. Sources popularity. What do you mean? Like GameStop has a vested interest in having the correct float. Usually the float number's wrong by like a little bit everywhere you go. Everyone will have like a different reported float number. But like within a small range. Like you might look somewhere it's like 61 million, somewhere else will be like 62. But only usually be like a couple 100,000 shares difference between each data set. The thing with Yahoo reporting 250 million was very odd. And it came at the same time as a lot of other misreported data, so that was interesting as well. The gamma ramp does go up. Vup And Away. Yeah, not over 200%. Are there really enough? I mean, there could be, right? If there was any FOMO yesterday, they could try to like short them out. Anybody like carrying through to this morning? You have to remember, not everyone holding like there could be stop losses on GameStop. Not everyone holding the stock is like, and part of Reddit or even knows about that, right? Like some of them just FOMOed in because they saw like a good news article and the price was going up yesterday. So if they can get them to panic sell in the morning, that's ideal for them. Interesting. That sounds like bullshit, Jason. Probably. Maybe not. But I mean, there was no reported data source for their float number previously either. So the camera up looks more solid today. Up to 300 almost. I'd imagine that a lot of the open interest is still in the same place. 260, 270, and 280. Oh, seriously? Hold on. WeBull's bugging out. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, they're looking a little stronger. 290 still sucks. But yeah, it looks a little bit better. Refresh. I don't have ATP open right now. It like there's an it doesn't work well with OBS. There's some sort of error that I keep getting when I have them both open simultaneously. I don't know. Uthman Oebamiji. All I know is that that is the amount of volume. It's still it's less than that now, but that's the amount of volume total across this cycle that should be required. And it's way off still. Should I transfer my shares to computer share, or is that FUD? I can't tell. That's up to you, man. You know, you can pull your shares out of the DTC, but it's going to be very hard to sell them if that's your intention. Computer share basically gains the choice of when and how to sell your shares. So I'm personally not putting my shares in computer share, but if that's, you know, if you have shares that you have never intend to sell, or, you know, don't want immediate access to, then that's something you can do. It's infinite. I don't think Infinity Pool was ever a thing. I put my shares on a dinner napkin. Is there any specific thing you're looking for today, tomorrow, to see if rolling is the way, other than volume picking up? No, that's pretty much it. Let's see what the price action looks like today. You can put it on whether you think they're using forwards. Forwards are for commodities. I don't think they're using those. I've never seen evidence of like single asset or like equity forwards. How many shares is too many in one brokerage? I mean, it depends. If you trust the brokerage, I don't think it matters that much. Probably not, Sahib. Yeah, if we break through 210, we should cut through 225 like hot butter. Theoretically, I mean, based on the ramp, yes. But we have to get away from all the puts here at 200. It's going to be important to kind of break through this resistance layer between 200 and 210. As I've told you guys, historically, it's very low volume in this range, and so it's tough to break through without some like either FOMO or, you know, big buy-ins. transfer my shares. Thanks. Should be legal for people to prop up the market in after hours, then tank it all day like they have been. I mean, it is. It doesn't matter if it should be. It is. So, I mean, I guess you could complain about it. I think all GME Reddit subs could do with a bit of news against the narrative. Need to question a lot of theories. What's your opinion of the fintech industry? Think about buying some shares in ARC-F. It's shown pretty steady growth. I don't like Kathy Wood's ETFs, but if it's something you're interested in, that's a good way to like get a lot of exposure to that industry. Um, it's got a long road ahead of it, I think. Things like SoFi and Robinhood, you know, they're not traditional brokers aren't too happy about them. And then especially SoFi. SoFi's got an insane amount of short interest. They'll do everything they can to drive any kind of like like fintech DeFi out of business if they can. So I'll remember for a second that even without the mechanic of a squeeze, Jimmy is still great a long-term play with many great executives. Yeah, I mean they have a solid executive team, and it's definitely like a value play long term, like value growth play. Can I paper trade options on Webull? I don't think so. Pop them muff, but you can just buy blocks of 100 shares and treat them as like an options contract if you want, or you can use I think Thinkorswim has options paper trading. I'm sure for MOASS and easy money. There's been nothing easy about this money. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick, guys. 1 second. I don't know. This looks very much like their T+2 covering, where we go up on no volume as they try to dodge gapping up. What's your opinion on the Beatles? They're awesome. No, I don't think so. Long dancing. Oof. I might just fill this gap and bounce. We're gonna get dragged down for a second, though. Could they effectively oscillate between covering and shorting until they hit their needed coverage? I mean, that's what they're trying to do, but no, because of the ramp. There's too much upward pressure with retail buying and the ramp. I mean, Burry always deletes all his tweets because he thinks like the FBI's after him. Burry only slightly less crazy than like Charlie's vids. I mean, the ramp's at 200, but the stock needs to move into the ramp with volume for it to really be effective. You know, just because you're paranoid, it doesn't mean they aren't after you. Thoughts on Gary Gensler? He's the head of the SEC. What thoughts am I supposed to have on him? I haven't actually used TradeStation ever. Win SPY correction? Let's see if it dips below 445 again. I don't think people understand gamma ramps. Gamma ramps don't like start, right? There's no like there's no price you hit where the stock suddenly takes off on a gamma ramp. A gamma ramp just accelerates upward price action. So if we don't have upward price action with volume, nothing happens. It's not like a magical number that you hit and all of a sudden the price goes up. Yeah, I'll check it out. And of course he got grilled by the government. He made a shitload of money off of the economy failing and people losing their homes. The stronger points in the ramp aren't relevant, TJ. I never said it started at 90. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm up 6%. It still probably won't cross $6. Do you think Garrett looked good in fishnets? I'm not saying the ramp numbers don't exist. There's open interest at each strike, but they're hedged based on delta. TJ. No, that's it's because you're misunderstanding how it works. You think if it hits a specific by hitting that strike, that doesn't increase the delta of the strike that much, right? It's the strikes behind it. So it's as you get ahead of those strikes and the delta on those in the money contracts goes up, that accelerates the upward price movement. Where the open interest isn't relevant. It's where the delta on that open interest increases. No problem. Is there any hope for our baby spirit? It doesn't look like it. But I have no idea. I don't know how much short interest is left on it, right? It moved pretty hard. It has a small float. It very well could be done. It may not be. So does that mean gamma doesn't cause upwards price movement? No, it delta, the thing they're hedging, can cause upward price movement, but it's not going to have a lot of effect if we're chopping at 200, right? Like there's a shitload of open interest at 200, but it's hedged about as much as it's going to be until the price is at a higher level, right? So like the delta on 200 917s right now is 0.58, right? So as the price climbs up, that delta will increase and they will hedge more. As will the delta on the 195s and 190s and 185s all the way until you get to a delta of 1 at 130. So all of this open interest will get hedged more as the price goes up. And then as these options like 210, 220, 230 go into the money, their delta will also increase, right? And so then those will also be hedged more. But it's not like you hit 200 and they're like, oh shit, we got to buy 600,000 shares. Yeah, if they're properly hedging. Options for people who shouldn't be trading options. No, I have not considered writing any books. That's not how Matt Kors explained it on his Blues Clues notepad. I don't think Matt Kors understands how options work. But all right. Or at least if he does, then he's intentionally losing money on Tesla week over week. Can you see your SPY correction zones? It only matters below 445.50. So is it hitting that? Yeah. So this is, by the way, this area here should be like filled in. It's just not. But like this, that's all purple too. But it looks like it's bouncing. Or at least a little bit for now. We'll see. Why not just do it now? I don't really want to roll them. Ideally. Because if I want to keep the same amount of contracts, I'm going to have to spend a shitload of money on Theta to do that. And also, while the decay is currently hitting them, it's not hitting them that hard. It'll start to hit harder tomorrow and Thursday. Much harder. To express a plainly, for example, if a delta for a 100 share call contract is. Yeah, I know that. Are you asking me a question? Strictly speaking, yes. Windmill. If the delta was 0.5, they would have hedged half of it. But they don't. They don't hedge at that rate. Thanks, TJ. I appreciate that, man. Are there people in here looking for confirmation bias through me rolling? I mean, I'm already up on the position. I don't give a shit if these expire worthless. The position did not realize its maximum gains, but overall, I'll have more money than I had 3 weeks ago. So you have to remember that, like, my risk assessment. This is why you don't follow my plays, because my risk is not the same as yours. They are not equal. Well, it's always going to feel like we're in the end game until we are. Yeah, I feel great. Okay, well, I hope I answered that, Windmill. They hedge as little as they can in order to maintain margin and increase profitability. As the risk increases, so does the hedging, though. So as that delta goes up, they do hedge closer and closer to true neutral. You started this, were you functionally aware of how damn like your entire audience would be? No. No, I figured this whole chat would just be like people that really liked triangles. And I always thought there would kind of be like 5 viewers. And and then me and those 5 viewers would become best friends and we would just watch the stock all day. That didn't happen. My options plays are better than yours. No, they're not, because I've made money on mine. You need to be real careful with your bragging, Moonwind. You underestimated people's loves of triangles, apparently. The Dans are always going to be your BFFs. I'll be your bestie if you look at MMAT. I told you, it's not going to cross $6, unless it does. Does it have 550 options? No. So, I hate this stock. It's garbage. Thanks, Chob. First stream? No, the first stream had like 300 or 400 people. It was ridiculous. So much more humble back then. Was I? I think it was just, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Although, not hard to inflate my ego. Oh yeah, I've done that, like account challenges run Melee. I used to do that all the time. Even up until recently, I would do it for fun. Well, I appreciate the sentiment, Chob. When repeating yourself 100 times and answering the same questions start, are you jealous of Godbill's success? No. I remember the pre-perm days, dodgy chroma backdrops, and General Mills puts. That was a good time. Does your self-awareness of your inflated ego boost your ego more? Kind of. Because I'm like, man, I'm super awesome. And then I agree with that. And then that's corroborated, which it just compounds it. I haven't sold any shares, Mads. We got a double bottom thing. Nope. This is the famous M for MOASS. I doubt it. I mean, I feel like illegal action isn't like the go-to, right? Like they generally only do illegal shit when they have to. Now they'll do greedy shit, but that doesn't make it illegal. So like doing illegal things is a last resort. Dettles. It does. Why do you think it's 190 billion volume when historically we've seen the same price action during futures deliver with fewer volume each time? I think that's because retail has participated less each time, Abdul. It's also because the bid ask spread is wider and wider. So the price goes up on lower and lower volume. What do you think that attempt to drop the price below 195 was all about? It was just like a morning short. Sherrod Brown dropping absolute bombs onto Gensler at the banking committee hearing right now. It looked like that's what they were doing yesterday, Johnny. Like longs were actually buying the stock, which was unusual. Like we generally don't see a lot of we haven't for the last several weeks really seen a lot of in the money options come in. We've seen some come in where people have moved into positions, but yesterday where we were seeing like a lot of 190, 195 calls come in, which is, like a concentrated effort to just push the price up. Like those calls aren't being bought in order to like move into a position. They're being bought to improve price action. And so, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of money on the ramp right now. It all kind of piled up into this week. And so, um, the longs definitely, I feel like the longs have like a greater interest this week in, um, also pushing for the price. Is the ticker trying to spell MOASS? I don't know. So there's some guy on a trading desk buying 13 shares at a time, trying not to jump the bid ask. um, I mean, no, but they are waiting for enough shares to settle in a block and then buy when they do that. So as soon as there's like a block order of 100 shares available with that, won't jump the bid ask too much, then they'll buy it. But I don't think they're buying like 13 at a time. Mashed potatoes or French fries? I guess that would depend. VLTA calls are fun. No, why would I want to manage anyone else's money after MOASS? Yeah, I've had Yorkshire pudding. It's delicious. VLTA? Hmm. Oh no. It's not looking great right now. Maybe. Although it's got more room to the upside. It may just turn around here. It's like found a new resistance at 12. Yeah, I mean, if he had puts at 150 right now, he's definitely getting wrecked. Is MACD short for Mac Daddy? Sure. No, it means moving average, convergence, divergence. You seem young to have a plethora of knowledge, but how long have you been trading for? Like 5 years. So our average volume per day, Abdul, is like 32% less than it was going into the last run up. So I took the volume from the last run up and removed the average decrease and then applied it to this one. For expected volume. I mean, I said it's an estimate. I didn't say it was an exact figure. I'm only here for Sanjeet. That's fair. 198.85 for these you guys listening in. No, it's not, Mads. No, because they'll still lose uh their core holdings, Mike Francesconi. So in a market crash, even net short hedge funds margin is greatly affected. They're just net short. They're not like 100% short because they're a hedge fund. They may have already. Pirate Angel. Sip. K9. Haven't forgotten about you, Feces. I know you're swimming. Feces, for those of you that don't know, is a goldfish that's passed away. Um, swim in peace? Is that what that means? Sleep? I don't know. Sip. How significant do you expect the initial price jump due to a margin call that has been failed to be? I have no idea, Moritz. It depends on how much gets bought right away. Why don't we wait till a margin call fails first, and then we'll consider those possibilities. You check out ME. Kramer pumped it this morning. I thought he retired. It's going up. Volume sucks. How far down are they from their like initial like SPAC levels? It's got some range. Might not be the worst play. No, there's not a list of margin called hedge funds. No problem, Herva. Inverse head and shoulders? No, just down. There's no head and shoulders. If we bounce, maybe. But right now, it's just a downtrend. Warren asked the Fed to break Wells Fargo, says the New York Times. I mean, whatever. Can we listen in on margin calls? No. I believe it works through their like their trading desks. Like it's just they're notified digitally. I mean, they know when they're going to be margin called. But I would imagine their risk management department would receive a physical call, but that doesn't really happen. It's not like the lender calls up and they're like, "Hey, we noticed that you were slightly over your margin. I mean, I don't know. Source engineering. Depends on how much gamma exposure they had. You're telling me they don't have to answer an old timey rotary phone? Oh Jesus. Morning, Sir David. I don't think a physical call happens at all. It's all digitized. This is this isn't fucking 1920. It's all like, patch me through. I need to talk to your manager. Fuck. We need a goldfish on the chart so Jimmy can send feces to heaven and he can finally be at peace. Only because I love it will I participate. Is that a cheddar goldfish? Because it looks delicious. Oops. Calls or puts on Apple? That's up to you, man. Fucking what it's stupid question. Feces for emoji. My gut says there isn't going to be a rollover. I think that means go time. If they had better options before, they would have done them. Hmm, maybe. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Do you smoke devil's lettuce? No. No, I do not. What if they did just let all the FTDs dump out and then ignore them? They'd probably get picked up by like CNS and hidden away forever. I mean, they'd have to cover some, but 10K borrowed. No, I don't think so, Nexus. $10K borrowed. Oh, I wasn't making any moves. I was just updating Reddit. Sorry. I thought I said. Spy below 445. Yep. Can you split screen with the spy? Mm, why? Are you are you playing at Minnesota? Can't you watch it yourself? I mean, just because it's in the corrective zone doesn't mean it's in a correction. I'm not really concerned about it being in that zone. It's not even like deep in it. It's just a little bit in, like a few cents. I mean, that's the estimate of volume silver. But yeah. Why? We've had tons of 30, 40 million volume days. I haven't had one in a long time, but not since July or June. Brace yourself for the negative beta comments coming in. Oh, I know. I mean, if you're playing the Spy Minnesota, you should be watching it yourself. Like, not you don't watch it on a stream in delayed time. That's not the right way to do this. It's not. It has not fallen below a correction zone, Jack. It's just fallen into the indicator zone, which indicates bearish divergence. Stronger than normal bearish divergence, but bearish divergence nonetheless. How much did J Powell pay you to say that? Chairman Powell doesn't pay me anything. I wish he would with all the money he prints, but nah. Would you be so generous to give us the pours any of the pickles picks for this week? You're looking at it. What misread commented chart reading do you see apes repeat on Reddit that annoys you the most? Uh, hmm. I don't know if it's nobody understands how gamma ramps work or oh, RSI is annoying. When everyone's like, "Oh my god, RSI is touching 60." Which just means it's like chopping at its midpoint. MACD crossovers on like sub 4 hour time frames. Negative beta. The most elite stream on the internet. Thanks for stopping by. Make sure you boof that like button, hit subscribe, and ring that bell so you don't miss out hot new content coming soon. Don't forget to check out our View Up hats on sale soon. Thank you, Jean Claude Van Damme. I appreciate that. Flat OBV was annoying for a long time. But that one's kind of died down. What, negative theta? How was the blued breakfast? It was fine. It was super small for the price. I don't think BTC would form cup and handles. Silver Reserve. But what, you want the original target? I think I still have a buy order down at 29,247. But my original, like the original low for the Wyckoff was 18,000. So sub 20,000. I need to delete that buy order. I don't want that to fill. Shit. I'll do it later. Now this looks like an inverse Head and Shoulders. Spurts bouncing. Huh. No, I think it's going to break down more first. Oh, nope. Failed. Prices are ridiculous for the portions. Didn't know breakfast had a tasting menu. Yeah, it's a ripoff. I went to the cafe. They have a couple of them in the city. It's all right. It's like a high-end Starbucks. If you guys could hit the likes, it's a nice thing to do. Congress returns soon. Aren't they already back? Okay. Gaps don't have to be filled. Violent upside. It's nice when they are. Do you follow shaft cycles as an indicator? No. I have not collected the coffee grinder that I purchased weeks ago. Maybe this weekend. Could I grind coffee beans in my NutriBullet? Probably. I got a Malconic Peak. Peanuts for president. Couldn't agree more. Is Spurt dead? It might be. How did you go through the SPY drop from February last year? I had puts. I started buying puts in February as like the pandemic news was increasing. So by the time the actual drop off happened in March, I was pretty well hedged. Yeah, Tim Timmery. Ooh, nice. What is this violent sideways trading? Sure. Our volume's not even super terrible today. It's just we're not going up. We're just chopping on max pan. Although max pain was starting to move up towards like 202.50 yesterday. I'm not sure. I should probably look at the options for today and see what's coming in. Mm, looks like lots of 220s for the 17th. A lot of 210s. 3,680s. 950 calls at 230. And a lot of 200 puts for this Friday coming in. Interesting. Why is a SPY not bouncing on inflation data? I mean, it didn't miss the mark by that much. Still a lot of other bad shit going on. Inflation wasn't the only factor. But, I mean, it's holding. It's not tanking, which is what it was kind of on its way to doing yesterday. This is what, the 7th day in a row of the SPY being red? This is not good. It's not a good sign. Is day trading your livelihood? Yeah. Make sure you guys tag me if you have a question directly for me. What is Gary restricting retail investors? Of course. Warren wants the Fed to break up Wells Fargo. Goody for her. What was inflation in August? I have no idea. 5 point or 4 point something? 5.4? Yeah. I thought inflation was down from August. Yeah, I think inflation's down from August. So Max Payne's still near 200. It's moving up. But yeah. They include food or oil in CPI numbers. So no, it isn't down. That is an inverse head and shoulders. It's ugly, but it is one. Elizabeth Morton makes my pickle up. Good to know, Dapper Dan. After everything she's accomplished, the best thing you have to say about her is that she makes your pickle up. I don't make money today. Can you give me a little bit? No. Sorry, Sage. Also, stop following me around New York City. I was out yesterday, and there was like a small Asian dude who was just behind me by like 30 feet, but for like 20 blocks. And I think it was you. That was me. I kept going different directions, and he kept being there, and I was like, this is clearly Sage. I thought we were figments of your imagination. Well, that would just mean that the schizophrenia is kicking in even harder than I expected. Sage also told me that I wasn't a Dan, so that adds up. I could be losing it. Kirk's schizophrenia equals MOASS. Where's Frag? Why is Frag never in the stream? If the person was on stilts, it was probably me. Don't forget to get milk. I'll try not to. Have you got an Instagram? No. Frank is here in our hearts. I suppose that'll have to do. Do other people see them as well? I don't know. Always take 3 lefts that are right. Draw the triangle from this morning. Why? Why do you want triangle confirmation? There isn't even one. It's like this. This is garbage. Triangles are the strongest of shapes. Mr. Gurk, are you a daddy? No, not that I'm aware of. This is garbage. Massive breakout in 4 minutes. Why not from the wick with 195? I don't. You shouldn't draw your support lines from the wicks. But you could. I don't like it. If you want to make it look more even, I mean, this line is the same as this line, right? So if that makes you happy. Every sign is bullish. Lines, triangles, flags, pennants. This is not a bullish wedge. This is an ascending wedge. It's bearish. But wedge breakouts on the interday can really just go either direction. Is drawing lines from the wicks like not measuring from the base? Gary Gensler. I don't care if Gary Gensler is talking to Congress. I don't care about Gary Gensler. Used to be an intraday cup and handle. So can you do straddle plays on wedges intraday? I mean, it's kind of silly. Because like a breakout from this doesn't necessarily mean like a lot of potential, right? So no. $202.69. It happened. Nice triangle. Fucking Christ. I don't have any loot crates from WeBull. And someone said that I was gonna get a loot crate. And then I didn't. How big of an impact is the Evergrande situation having on markets and sentiment? I mean, it's definitely not good for Chinese stocks. But that could just mean that more money will flow into the US market. Does the Head and Shoulders have to have big head. Can this head be crooked? This, I mean, it's still technically a Head and Shoulders. It just failed its first breakout, right? So like there's still an inverse Head and Shoulders here. Right? It just like this breakout failed. And it came down and then bounced again. But because our volume's so low, like these aren't super accurate. Draw another triangle. It worked last time. I'm going to shut the stream down, Jeff, when I think that forced liquidation is occurring. They change it as 3 referrals for Apple. I think you just get 1 though. Usually when they give like a high price stock like that out, you only get 1 for however many referrals you get. What are the best indicators for low volume? Technical analysis generally falls apart on low volume. Low volume and high volatility are not the best. We're just getting this like getting some resistance here. This looks bullish, but the resistance here is like holding. They're trying not to jump the bid ask again. When you paper traded, did you use software or just track it in Excel? I did both. Not Excel, but like on a whiteboard. But I used FinViz and oh, what the fuck was the other one that I used in the beginning? Can't remember. Do you need Uber money? No, I'm alright. Thanks, Grizzled Primate. I didn't get any sweet Shiba coin. They haven't been giving me any fucking Shiba coin at all. I think I have to put up a different link for that, and I don't care. It's like too much work. I don't want to advertise. WeBull's not paying me any actual money, so they can fuck off. Mention whale teeth for MOASS, the ultimate catalyst. If we can break this resistance, that's pretty good. Or, you know, if someone just buys some stock, it's looking strong. This is a strong looking movement with no volume. How will it feel when this week plays out exactly like you think it will? It'd feel pretty good, Bobs. Because I would realize two of my only hopes and dreams. I would be significantly richer than I currently am, and I'd be right, which are those are both very important for me. I have 80K cash. Should I buy some stock? I mean, that's up to you. How much is it making in your bank account? How does it feel to be handsome, rich, and smart? Pretty fucking good, Vince. WeBull gave me OPK and Cotty. Diamond hand? Sure, man. Was it 7 days? I think it was 10 days for advance notice of a split. Cancer? I couldn't remember what we settled on. Like most people in the stock market, I really hate looking up regulations. Well, if I'm right and they're going to cover, then the stock should rip soon. I think it will. My research is pointing to the state range for the cycles, but your thoughts here in your DD and insight into futures is 100% convinced me that we will see fireworks. Thanks. Okay. It's definitely not supposed to do that, Bob Smith. My research is highly speculative and could definitely be fucking wrong. I'm confident enough in it that I put a bunch of money on it, but I don't suggest anybody else do the same. Because it's probably a good way to lose money. Or we just go up. I don't know. Shorts losing control? What? Short attacks are getting so weak they're hard to tell they're actually short attacks. Really? Were you not here the day after earnings when they dropped the fucking price $20? They still have some. I mean, they're still rich. They still have shitloads of money. They still have an infinite flow of synthetic shares that they can use to short. It's just they don't have infinite margin, right? How impactful do you think having no share offering is on this stock cycle? I think it's very impactful. I was super fucking stoked when they didn't announce a share offering. That was awesome. Dude, 1269. Mike Nolan. 1269. Absolutely for entertainment only. Someone, one of the mods drop the disclaimer. It's Bob Smith a honeypot? Does anyone know when margin debt data releases? There's some interesting things happening tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's the SLD rollover, I think. Can I think of it right now? I think tomorrow's like the supplemental liquidity deposits. I don't understand it. I totally understand it's your own opinion, but unlike most apes, I've been doing my own DD too. Wink. Point is your DD and my DD and others is all pointing to this date range. So I think it's there. Yeah, it does. There does seem to be some correlation with a lot of the other stuff going on right now. So we'll see. I mean, I hope it does. It would be very, very relevant for me. All we need is Sanjeet's message for the day. Yeah, where the fuck is Sanjeet? Maybe he's off today. What do you think about the speculative DDs and the amount of shares out there? Pretty much the same thing about I think about all speculative DDs. That they're bullshit until proven otherwise. So while we had that weird, data anomaly on Yahoo, I don't think that in any way indicates billions of synthetic shares. Although there could be. I'm not saying it's not possible, but we have no proof of it. And even if we had proof of it, what the fuck do you do with that? You like wipe your ass with the proof. I mean, it's not like any action's going to be taken to deal with it just because we've found them. Thanks, Carl Insecure. Chart is scary looking. I don't know what they're going to do with Spurt. Spurt's coming down hard. Looks like it's kind of coming down with the SPY. I don't know how much short interest is left on it after that run. $15 range is pretty low. But I haven't been in on Spurt for weeks. Is the China situation going to affect one area of the market more than another? I mean, it'll affect Chinese stocks the most immediately. Uh, the effects of that on the American market, that's yet to be seen. I don't know how strong of an impact that's going to have. Thanks, Spider. I appreciate the effort. I just lurk here. I have other accounts, Tiger. So I use this account to, I guess, show I have skin in the game, and then as a representation of the options I currently hold. But this account is like one of my least funded, and so I don't use it a lot for like my day-to-day trading. You think apes can hold like 3 to 5 years? I don't think they need to. That's awfully long period of time. Is TA made on low volume or reliable with a longer data sample? Yes. So yeah, longer time frames with lower volume are definitely better. Longer time frames on technical analysis are always better. Are people going to miss out on MOASS if they register with computer share? I mean, if they put all their shares in there, likely. It's very hard to sell out of computer share. As you have to wait for like the cycle of whenever. I don't know how often GameStop does share sales for like direct registered shares, but some companies only do it like once a month. In which case you would have to wait for like your order would be batched and then sold at whatever price if all your shares are in there. I think the idea is that people are putting shares in there that they have no intention of selling in order to pull the note from the DTC. Which theoretically could force force fails. China owns 15% of the world's debt, right? Something like that. The hedge options is automated. It's an automated system, but it can be adjusted per equity, or they can choose how they're hedging it. Like algorithms can be controlled, right? And like different variables can be changed in order to affect the way the algorithm operates. Those guys wouldn't work 20-hour days if the algorithms were doing all the work for them. They're more like execution systems, like hotkeys or macros in a video game. Like they'll execute a specific set of commands. I mean, they have algorithms that run like automatically, but I think the thing you're talking about is there's oversight. I mean, it's not massive FUD by hedgies. It's just, I mean, I'm not putting my shares in there, but that's up to you guys. I think most of the people that are interested in that are kind of following like Trimbath's analysis of how to fuck the hedges in a way. Um, by pulling ownership back, it forces locates. Although I think for it to be effective, you would need lots and lots of people to do it, and I don't think that's happening. I mean, they're pretty clear about how selling shares works, Cam, on computer share in their terms of service. There's tons of reviews. Putting my shares under my mattress. I know yesterday you said the glass castle stuff was interesting. I didn't. I mean, it's an interesting theory, but I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think. I think ATP misreported their number of shares available for the weekend. It was fixed by Sunday. Miristan. Thoughts on Trimbath? Uh, I don't know. Go for it. Not every broker has similar language in their terms, Cam. Also, I don't think they're a broker. I think they work with a broker. They haven't had a registered broker's license. It's like 2012, as far as I could find. So I think they probably work with another broker to facilitate sales, but I don't think they are one directly. They're registered as a broker in other countries, but not the US. Time for a new triangle? Sure. It would be bouncing off the bottom right now, if there is one. Thoughts on Joe? Joe who? Yeah, having your shares with a like direct registered like that with computer share can lose you some of the safeguards that a traditional brokerage account would have during selling. There's positives and negatives for me, and you know how I handle my positions in the market. It doesn't present any attractive qualities, but I mean, that's going to vary person by person. What being Citigroup? Send you the 1269 triangle. Thanks, Joe Mama. Haha. No, it's not looking super good. If it started moving to the upside, maybe Phoenix Fire, but currently no. No, the theory is not dead until after Friday. The contract, if the contract exists, Mahidala, then its expiry on Friday would mean that some amount of it would be due to be covered the following week. So I'm looking at T+2 because I can't see them getting longer than that to cover. But so my current date for the theory being dead is 9/22. That's what I'd consider it kind of dead in the water. That could even be wrong, as I don't really have any clear language on the amount of time they have after expiry to make good on that position. But I think, I mean, based on other settlements, it's probably T+2. Is it possible the anomaly we saw in shares was uncovered initial short position spilling out? They've repackaged in a different instrument? I don't think so. A user. Oh yeah, I mean, if you intend to sell your shares, having them in CS is bad. It's definitely bad. You have no access to limit orders as they're not a broker. You have none of the guarantees that come with holding your shares in a broker. They specifically state in their literature that they will batch your shares into groups and sell, kind of whenever they feel like it. At specific times, I believe, is when they put their orders through. So yeah, it's a very slow system for selling shares. Have you noticed that other meme stocks that run in quarterly cycles have a missing spike on one of their cycles? No. Is this whole theory the secret DD? It's part of it, but it's not all of it. But it is a part of it that is relevant during this time frame, and so I am discussing it, although a little unwillingly. Yeah, and I also, yeah, Joseph, you're definitely expressing one of the issues I have with it, and that's that everyone kind of seems to feel that way. Like, I'll just let everyone else put their shares in computer share, which creates like a bystander effect, whereas like everyone just assumes everyone else is going to do it, and then that ultimately means that very few people do in the end. No, I haven't rolled my calls yet. Still very early in the day for that. It's only Tuesday. You guys just want to try to track my trade, but you have no idea of what risk management I'm employing. Track your own trades. Roll your calls when you think you need to. Don't follow my shit. You don't know my account balance. Look at BBBY. It's missing its March run up. Is it? BBBY was pretty historically accurate to GameStop. Or, like, I mean, it ran, just not that hard. But it went up in March. End of your weekly DD videos felt like a battle speech. It's always a battle. I'm not flexing anything. It's just that like you have no idea. I don't post all of my positions on the internet for people to see. So you have no idea what like my positions are behind the scenes or anything like that. So, trying to roll your options with my options is not necessarily the best strategy for you as an individual, right? And that's why this channel's for entertainment. Like trying to track a streamer's trades is fucking stupid. Oh, you need to Google that, Hippo Hop. Could the future series still be valid, considering short hedge funds have the opportunity to buy shares at the money offering, even if we do not see movement? Yeah, I mean, that would be the other reason. So either it's invalid or they got enough shares institutionally that they didn't have to cover at market. So there was enough shares dumped this cycle that they don't have that much to cover. But then like I wouldn't have any proof of the cycle until it comes up again, if that's the case. Either way, it's wrong in the short term, right? I mean, I feel like the triangle there is pretty obvious. Do I need to draw lines around it? Pretty extra spicy today. It's just that I hate getting asked like, "Oh, did you roll yet?" It's ridiculous that people are trying to use my rolls to roll their own calls. Fuck you, JC. I drew a fish. Might also be important to consider that we haven't dropped to 150 yet. Yeah. I cover it in my weekly DD, Woody Profit. No, Carl, don't do that. Did you roll your electric bills to next month? I actually need to pay that today. Did I pay it? I think I paid it. I'm surprised nobody's been talking about their virtual conference. It's for like employees, isn't it? Why would anyone care about that? Are all your options transitory anyways? Technically. We could. I mean, we're failing this breakout, so maybe we'll see a dip here. Are you going to continue streaming post MOASS? Probably not. So much volatility on those. The in the money calls at like 190 and 195 level 6. I mean, they were designed to I mean 195s are in the money right now. So it's not like they've been pushed out of the money. They still have value, and value greater than when they were buying them. So I got nothing other than he was hesitant about a run on the stock because RSI was at 90 and it could only go to 100. Oh, poor J Fresh. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I have no idea. Tropical thunder splash. It could be very wide. It might not be. There probably won't be a lot of anything on the ask side because of, the buy pressure. So anything that comes in on the ask will probably get filled immediately. How much is it costing roughly hedge funds to keep this going every day? How would I know that? If I had internal data from the hedge funds, I'd be making a lot more money than I currently am. A lot? London? What buy pressure? Why are people in chat talking like your recent theory is already invalidated? Don't we have to the end of the week? We have technically till next Tuesday at least. But, we're sideways for the day, and so people are getting antsy. Everyone's like this till like 12:30 when the stock starts to move and volume comes in. Everyone's like, what's happening? Why is it all over? I didn't realize it was going to end so quick. Did I miss MOASS? And then like the stock will start, like yesterday was great because the stock just went up all day and the sentiment was everyone was pretty happy. But God forbid we're down 1% on the day. Oof. We just don't want to get hurt again. Because no one cares about retail trades going to dark pools, Stefan. How much do you think retail's buying a day? The only people that care about dark pools are the people not profiting on them. Which is mostly just people pissed off that Citadel's making all the money. Yeah, I mean the spread right now is like 54 cents, 50 cents. It's pretty wide. Yeah, I mean it's up from open. We opened at 200. So, technically speaking, we're up. Not a lot, but we're up. The problem I see is there seems to be no reasoning as to why they would wait until the futures contract expires to then cover shares. Well, there was no share offering, right? So this is kind of how I see it: is that they didn't get a share offering at earnings. They're staring down the barrel of a massive gamma ramp. And so, since there was no share offering, right? I think they waited to see if there was a share offering. Um, then they shorted in an attempt to begin covering. But the gamma ramp is still there, right? And so to effectively neutralize the gamma ramp, they needed to push it past the 10th to cut off that open interest. And as close as they can get to the 17th is best, right? Because after that midpoint tomorrow on Wednesday, theta will begin to decay these options and the gamma ramp will shrink, which means if they're going to buy in, that this, like, from now, a little bit now through Wednesday is the ideal time for them to do it from like a strategy perspective. Earnings weren't probably as bad as they were hoping, so there wasn't a lot of institutional selling. Nice Dr. Seuss-esque fish. Have you ever thought that maybe your minor in biology was wasted and maybe you should have done graphic design or art history? Both of those sound like not great paying jobs. Dr. Cabeth, thank you for the career advice. I want to know why Goldman haven't had Citadel's MM position usurped, deleted. I mean, Goldman doesn't really do a lot of like a lot of equities trading. I think Citadel took their like share from Virtu. Very few new billionaires on slow days. That's always the case. We forgot that uninformed investors are mad about dark pools too. Yeah, but no, like institutionally, like no one cares about their opinion, right? Like no one likes or cares about retail's opinion in the markets. Surely if they got enough shares with the ETF rebalancing and share offering, we wouldn't have an 180 million volume shortfall. Well, we don't know how much of that 180 million volume they actually need to cover, right? We just know that that's volume generated by them covering, right? So it is possible. I mean, like that volume accounts for things like hedging, FOMO, um, the movement on the options chain due to them covering that market, right? So it could be that they only need 10, 20 million shares to cover the position to roll it forward. But the buying of that 10 or 20 million shares at market generates lots of extra volume on top of it, right? How do you pick a new stock to research? There's a lot of ways. I wouldn't say there's any like one specific go-to for that. How many grandmas do you need for grandma ramp? I don't know about that level 6, but thank you. What length do you use for RSI? Trading view defaults to 14. I usually use 6 and 14. I like to have the slightly faster moving one in addition to the 14. Or can you cut that and repost it? Just let the mods know and they can cut it, I think. Or they do. I don't know. Gurk a riddle. What is a squirrel's best friend? Does it have to do with nuts? Is it Nutsaculod 5000? Is it those nuts? I don't know. Did Freg ever return? Did Freg leave? Good entry, BBIG. I don't think that's a very good play, personally. It's just another, like, FOMO retail pump and dump. SEC chair said they're close to publishing a GME report. Interesting. Which means they're saying they found and did nothing. Yeah, that sounds like a big nothing burger. Or it'll just be an analysis of like what happened in January. Why did buying get shut off? Have you considered that you're getting popular enough that short hedge funds are watching your stream to juke your theories, even though you might be correct at the time in order to crush morale? I mean, this theory like shouldn't be jukeable. Does that make sense? Like they shouldn't be able to juke this theory. If it's correct, they have to do things within a certain time frame. So there should be no way to avoid it. I personally don't think the shorts really pay that much fucking attention. People in here are holding an X number of lottery tickets up $40 in 3 weeks on no news and being a Dan about it. Keep up the good work, Biffman. Thank you, super hot kitty. Felt kind of birdie about today's price action, but I realized we're not even down 1%. Yeah, we're not. Oh my god, it's Freg. Freg. Hello. I like Freg. Freg's my spirit animal. Is that a goldfish whale? Yeah. It's feces, the goldfish. I wonder how many people I offend to the point that they just leave this stream. It's got to be more than actually watch it. Did you imagine? No, it doesn't actually track Delta. There's there's a paid service that can oh, which one is it? Not option sonar. Shit. I used to have a subscription to one that tracked, I think it gave like a delta shift value for the day in an asset. I mean, you could also just use the price. Or plug whatever contract you're interested in into like a calculator. Like an options calculator. No, the 12 dislikes are from like longtime viewers who just hate me. They come in here and every day and watch the stream. They just hate me. I'm okay with that. I leave the stream offended at least 3 times a day. Being offended is just a waste of time. Maybe people are warming to you. Unlikely. I don't know if you've ruined Matt Berry or made him better. Well, thanks. You offended me yesterday, but not today. I'm always calm. Unless I'm pissed off, I'm usually pretty calm. I don't. I'm never like emotional about the stock. Elation, maybe, but I don't care if it goes down. You gained 50% more dislikes. Awesome. You think of derivative that can be delivered instead of buying the stock and rolling now? Could they deliver borrowed shares instead of open market buys? No, because those belong to someone else. I forgot to screenshot your DD and get a front page post. Someone beat me to it. Free karma, man. You're missing out. Thoughts on Furlong? I don't know what thoughts I'm supposed to have on him. He hasn't done anything to comment on yet. He said some nice things in the meeting. He seems like he knows how to read from a piece of paper, which is cool. I prefer that in a CEO. But that's really all I currently know about him. He has an interesting history of not being the CEO of a company. Um, and we'll see how that experience translates over time. Shoryuken or Hadoken? Hadoken. Hadoken is the most important thing ever. It's all about zoning. Who's your worst enemy? I have a few. Actually, that's a lie. I have a bunch. You think they could raise it up Thursday or Friday to throw us off? I mean, I think if they're trying to dodge the gamma ramp, that's absolutely what they intend to do. Have you finally stopped getting gross pics of someone's pickle? It's slowed down, but it hasn't ceased. I think they're running out of shades of green. No, you're not an enemy, David. It's okay. I know your mom has abandoned you, but I won't. Leave you up is all that matters. It's true. Yeah, the coffee guy's up there. Seth Rogen, not really. I've never met Seth Rogen. Who's your worst enemy and why is it JFresh? I love JFresh. I have a fondness for people that create chaos. For fun. Dr. K's beef pie. Dr. K is definitely not my friend. I think he enjoys trying to stress me out and make me angry. Jonah Hill's probably up there. 50 Shades of Green. Oh, the most annoying person in chat is easy. That's probably Stefan S. My least favorite is Dr. K. Or, well, he's both my least favorite and most annoying. Most enduring, there are a few. I like T Dettles. T Dettles is great. J Fresh can be pretty fun. I know everyone hates Craig, but I kind of like him. That one dude almost fought at GameStop. All right, well, he was a fucking idiot, so rude. not as not as rude as your beef biscuit that you made the other day, and then posted the steps for. I'm just indifferent towards the Dans. I realize their existence, but I try not to acknowledge it too much. It's Afro. I like Carl. Carl does fun stuff. And the people that now mimic Kara, that's Carl. That's fun. Zakure's probably one of my favorites. He's been with me since, like day 2 or day 1. And then I think I modded him shortly after that. He's very professional. He's an asset to this channel. Sanjit's amazing. Freg's my best friend that I've ever had. To encourage Craig. I like how divisive Craig is. Like, half, almost entirely half of people absolutely fucking despise him, and the other half love him, and it's great. Fuck Carl. I said Carl. Moonwind is your best child. I know you do, Dancho. Lurkers should be able to purchase Pigeon Boys membership. When are you modding Sanjeet? Probably never. He's like only in here twice a day. Oh, Daniel Taylor, Darth Dan, Cardinals of Pickles of Vup, the original Dan. When's your 6-month streaming anniversary? I have no idea. I don't even know what the first day I streamed on was. Nobody likes me. I'm too measured and risk adverse. Never make any friends that way. That's not true, Windmill. You're just a big nerd. Big options nerd. I will buy your acknowledgement, Riku. Thank you, Nutsaculon. Daniel Godfrey, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, dude. I appreciate that, man. Rough estimate, I've watched 650 hours on your stream. Jesus Christ. This is the best Netflix special. Just say I'm your favorite, or I'm taking out a loan and using it unwisely. You've just encouraged me not to say that. Oh, Han is not definitely not the simpiest of the simps. SEC close to publishing its report on the agency's findings. We'll see when it comes out. April 26th was the first day. That's crazy. It seems like a year ago. Is it weird to think that some of us listen to you for 7 hours a day and sometimes don't even log into chat? No, I don't think that's right. I've watched streams and never. I don't think I've ever chatted on one, really. No, that doesn't work. You know what? I don't have the right color for that because I don't want to pay for the advanced version of Epic Pen. So I'm sorry, Velvet Jupiter. This is the best it's getting. Also, probably not a great idea to have a shitting goldfish on my live stream. I know that's how he died, and that will forever be his legacy, but thanks for the TD in the last. Been looking here for a few days now. Love the stream. I'll be here every day going forward until my house. Awesome, Yankees 2709. Thanks for the donation, dude. Moonwind, stop it. I've learned more from you than Warden. Well, that shouldn't have been hard. Spicy. Are they gonna get Kit Harington to play me? Is he plus 88 from the last time DFE tweeted? That means he's on the stream this afternoon, right? No, that's inaccurate. I didn't think goldfish have blowholes. It forms after they pass away. You still don't know what a treasurer is, Moonwind. Feces will now haunt you. That's fine. Wyland, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up over on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club. I appreciate the support, man.
Andrew, Mo Money sucks.
They're casting Carl as Pi-Fi. Is this the role you want to play, Carl? I thought you'd want to just play yourself. They find treasure? That's not how it works. Moonwind is arguably the worst trader I've ever heard of. I mean, they're hedge funds, right? So they can just roll. They don't care about like the cost of rolling the options. That's minuscule in comparison to the amount of money they make when they print. It's nice to have billions of dollars to invest with at a time. It makes it far easier to make money. I'm enjoying hanging out a lot, and it's super nice to hear more measured responses compared to what's on SS. RSS. Thanks for everything you do, fam. Appreciate it, y'all. But you have heard of me. Well done, Moonwin. I was wondering if you'd pick up on that. Are you rolling your members only stream this week? Oh yeah. For all of you guys that are Long Johnson and up, don't forget that the members only stream this weekend is going to be on Sunday at 12:30, not Saturday this week. Yeah, no 1269 today. Just this weekend or going forward? It's going to be going forward until I find a place to move, because I need that like full day off to go fucking house hunting. That could just be this week, but it may be a couple weeks. David. Fastlane Hobo, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, dude. I appreciate that. And to collect that coffee grinder. Jesus, I don't even know how I'm going to get over there to get that. I have no time to do anything anymore. And then right when I do actually have some free time, I inevitably get in like some bullshit argument on Discord or Reddit. I get like pulled, I get sucked in. Are you finally surrendering to the mold, or will you be taking it on your move? I figured I'd get some like cold storage for it for now. Are you gonna stream the move? Unlikely. Why charts frozen? It's not. There's just no volume trading, corn trader. It's not like corn, it's not super liquid. Yeah, I think I did buy it like 4 weeks ago. Where do you pick it up? I have to go to New Jersey to get it. I know a easy way for you to free up 7 hours a day. Me too, Andrew. How much to make you stream the move? I'm not streaming the move. No, Sal. I still think they'll have to do it. But I mean, I'm going to play it safe and roll my options out. Especially if today stays the way it is. And they're just going to like burn my theta. Or they don't deliver it to your house. You'd have to get it to your house on your own, Jason. But it will be delivered to like a port or holding facility, and then they will charge you for holding it. When you roll, do you keep the same number of contracts, or do you reduce to avoid new premiums? I'm gonna reduce this time if I roll forward. Cam. If you had in the money options, would you roll them up and out? Only if I expected a move going forward, Cool Daddy. So the reason I rolled the 824 options up and out is because I expected the stock to continue going up after the consolidation period. It has not. It has, in fact, gone down from where it was. Yep, holding does cost nothing. There's a, I mean, there is a cost to having all your assets tied up in one thing, but it doesn't cost like anything every day. Is Kirk actually Will Smith and or Rocky? Pretty sure I got shadow banned after my Jersey Shore joke yesterday. I don't think so. Yeah, holding costs nothing as long as it isn't options. I mean, holding options obviously has a cost. Any idea what they would let it go so slow today? What do you think they're planning? I mean, I kind of already discussed that. I mean, if if they intend to cover this week, they're going to cover in the later part of the week when the options chain is, or the gamma ramp is at its weakest. The only problem with that is it's kind of like a double-edged sword, is that weekly options at that point will be cheaper. So, I mean, it effectively doesn't matter. I mean, I'm sure they've modeled it and decided when the best time to do it will be. So they lose the least amount of money, but I don't have access to that kind of that level of analysis. At least not on their end, right? I also don't know their positions. There's no way to really tell which is more advantageous for them. You can narrow it down to a small list of possibilities, but any of those could be theoretically true. If your long position goes up in value, would that grant you additional margin? I don't know. I don't have a margin account. Well, at least not with GameStop, but yes, theoretically, the value of your account is what your margin is based on. No, I'm not secretly Matt Berry. I'm doing all right, Han. How are you? No, I'm not secretly Elliott Wave guy. Win Lambo. All right. No, I'm also not Crayon. Why? How would it? Why would I secretly be someone else? I spend the majority of my life in this stream. There's no one else I could secretly be. It's ridiculous. I don't have time. Still just call side favor, double down. I have it open right now. There's calls coming in. Tons and tons of calls. Win face reveal. Out of the money, Jason. So far. Most of the call volume is out of the money. No significant volume in the money at all today, actually. But 210 has 1,400 more open interest now, so that's nice. You get accurate intraday OI. There's several paid option services you can use. I'll link some in Billionaires for you guys that are interested in tracking that. I don't. Do you roll your options with breadcrumbs and olive oil? Can you revive Pickle Ross? Pickle Ross? CROX is rocketing? No, I have no idea. Is it better for them to cover it today versus tomorrow? No, I mean, every day they can put it off is better, Abdul. Yeah, we could talk about food. What kind of food do you want to talk about, David? What are your thoughts on that guy, Eric? He's fine. Can we not talk about food? I can't afford any right now. Wait, I thought you sold covered calls last week. Moonwind trading from the local soup kitchen. I did, but that went to Bills. It's just nothing happening due to the volume. We're not really being shorted excessively. There's not a lot of buy pressure. When's the next hype date? There are no hype dates. Can we start a food drive for Moonwind? I'm not feeding him. Breakfast burritos can... I've had ones that are good, David, but for the most part, they've sucked. Like, I just don't feel like what they put in a breakfast burrito is all that tasty. Oh, you know what? I had a huevos rancheros burrito one time that was phenomenal. Yeah, I feel like that's my problem with breakfast burritos is that like they're just bland usually. They usually have like no flavor. And if I wanted to take my breakfast and just mash it into like a log and eat it, I would do that. What are those tiny bagel pizza bite things called? Those are amazing. Bagel bites. I'll take back what I said about not being offended by anything I've heard on this stream. Your comments about breakfast burritos have gone too far. All right, see you later, Trace. It's all in the tortilla. I'm absolutely in the wrong state for breakfast burritos currently, but I have lived in states where they are considered good. They're just really not. All food is better in tube form. That sounds pretty good, Velvet Jupiter. I Yeah, I feel like if you made it on your own, it might be better. How Dan Almighty for mod. Thank you for the donation. I'll take that into consideration. Best type of bread for breakfast Sammys. Oh, Kaiser roll. Absolutely Kaiser rolls. I've had San Diego breakfast burritos. They were. I'm not your biggest simp. What the fuck? I mean, you're the leader of the simps, Han. You're just not the biggest one. There are simps that are far more extravagant in their simping than you. I'm sorry. And inappropriate. You know who you are. Although in some cases I don't. Yeah, I've had fresh sourdough. It's alright. I find that San Francisco sourdough is a bit tart for my tastes. Okay, I'm fine with just being the leader. All right. I know you did simp for Girk. And I appreciated that as much as I can appreciate it painted toes. And let's be honest, you painted them for Stefan, not for me. Leader of what? Have you taken a single trading day off since June? I haven't taken one off since April when I started doing this. Why no $5 increments? Because those are weekly options chains, not this one. The one this week is quarterly. Abdul, you're right. Are we not simpy enough for the simp club? Have you had machaca? Mexican breakfast of scrambled eggs and shredded beef with onions and peppers. Yeah, that's amazing. I have had that. I had it with like what was it? Barbacoa. There was a place by my house when I lived in Orange County that had that. And I used to have it all the time. It was great. A lot of salt for the morning, but still tasty. I know the feet people have gotten to you. Harry C, thank you so much for the donation, dude. I appreciate that, man. You had to leave town. Oh, that's right. I did have to leave town for that one stream. That was like a week after I started. Thank you again, Harry. I appreciate that, man. Ultimate Simp. I was the fourth subscriber ever. You were very early to the show, Peeler. You've not been forgotten. I promise one of these days I'll get that P.O. box. What's the volume so far today? I can't read it on mobile. 1.24 million. It's super low. We're trading at 201.56, just above VWAP. We are above VWAP, though. Don't forget that. I believe you took off at least half a day. Yeah, I had to travel that one day. It wasn't half a day, it was the whole day. It was a Friday. Yeah, we talked about it, William, but I mean, it's probably just about what happened in January, or it'll be irrelevant, or it'll be groundbreaking, right? There's only a few outcomes to the SEC writing a report about GameStop. I was a top 69 subscriber. I could find out. Dan Almighty. Remember the name of the place with the machaca burrito? It wasn't a burrito. It was just like a breakfast they served. Fuck. I can't remember the name of it. It's been a long time since I lived there. Um, it's in Costa Mesa. On 17th Street. We ended above max pay, or no, below max pay last week. Sorry. Yeah, we were like $1.50 below, I think, on Friday. I bought some new shoes. I bought even more old man type shoes. I bought a pair of New Balance, like four somethings. The ones doctors wear. I got a pair of those. Like every doctor I've ever had wears those shoes. Has anybody tried watching Gherkin VR? It's titillating. Good to know. 1269 has not happened yet, but we'll see. 1269 is yet to come. If this cycle doesn't end in MOASS, you still have more waiting time. Would you consider taking some streams off to avoid burnout, unless you're not feeling any of that yet? Oh, I'm definitely feeling like a touch of burnout, but I think I'm okay. I think it helps that I only stream like 5 days a week, right? It's not like I'm like a gaming streamer and I'm doing this 7 days a week. Or I guess I stream 6 days a week, but I think that's easier. Um, would I take time off? I don't know. Probably not. I might have to take a day or two off to move if I can't line up my schedule properly, but we'll see. Tacos Mikasa? Oh, I've been there. They're really good. But yeah, I think it was Taco Mesa. Mesa something sounds familiar. Delicious. His body language seemed really off, like there's not much to it. There probably isn't. Perhaps once the report, yeah, that would be a benefit, and that like that would be over, right? And then maybe we'd hear like some more things at a GameStop, and investors on the fence might jump in. They're not Velcro. I wish they were. Remember that time you told us you had to pay your electricity bill? Or you would not be able to stream anymore? Pay your electric bill? I never said that, Economist Moist. Glad I got into CCJ today. Nice. I just pay for his gout meds. Thanks, Parrish. I appreciate that. I have extra wide feet. Let's... Okay, Don. I didn't know they sold an extra wide shoe. I think I buy like 13 W's or something. Is it 13? I don't remember what I bought. I think they sort of fit. I hate buying shoes on Amazon because you never know if they're going to fit when you buy them. No, I didn't check GameStop to see if they had them first. Mikasa and Costa Mesa. It might have been. I'm trying to remember like the storefront. Tacos Mesa, if I remember correctly, was a different place. So it might have been Mikasa. I'm not sure. I'd have to Google it. Let me Google it. So I've been there, but I don't think that was the place. It was Playa Mesa was the place I used to go to. Oh, and there was damn, what was it called? Oh, Miguel's Jr. also had really good food. Like if you were drunk, that place is awesome. Weekly gout mad. Thank you, Parrish. Thanks, David. I appreciate that. David El Cinco Herrera, Pigeon Whale number 5. Never paper handing. Do you need help? I will help. I don't need help. I'm okay. And if it's Moonwind hand, ignore him. Hannah's taking a bus to New York City to help you move. When's the stream going to be sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends? I don't know what I'm doing wrong. They haven't even reached out to me. Amazon shill. Hokas are cool. I have a hard time finding them in my size. I've tried to. I had a pair before, but every time I go to look for them, it's really hard to find them in my size. Red Ranger, I heard electric bills again. Oh, man. Thank you, guys. I did like that one, Double Down. I remember when you said it. I've heard of Playa Mesa, but haven't gone. It's really good, but it's also kind of like full of douchebags most of the time. Yes, I've had Del Taco. It's time for Guybrush. Today doesn't seem like a Guybrush day. Let's see what happens at 12:69. I didn't know that, David. Raid Shadow Legends is short GME. Why is VWAP so flat? Because like all of our volume today is pretty much traded at the same price. If GameStop acquires or is acquired by another company, if they acquire another company, shorts don't have to close. If they're acquired, they would maybe have to. It depends on if they were delisted or not. If they merge, it's up in the air. They can. They might not have to, though. Thoughts on Adam Aird's $25 million ad campaign? I mean, it's a small amount of the money he's stolen from his investors, so at least he's putting it into the company. Hmm. Good to know, Glider. Yeah, I bought them because an orthopedist recommended them to me because I have a bad knee. Dragon Slayer here. I am glad to hear that you still hate Adam and AMC. I always will. Judging by the lack of blue in my name, I'm guessing you didn't mod me while I was in the kitchen getting a yogurt. I did not, Dan Almighty. I will never mod a Dan. So the only good thing about this potential GME report is that GME can actually publicly comment on stuff. I mean, they might be able to. We don't know. I know you do. I'm thinking about rolling them right now. I'm not liking them currently. No peanuts. But I appreciate the effort. Can't just go modding people because of whale teeth. Although I'm more inclined to audio than a Dan. Thoughts if the printer doesn't go burr at 1 p.m.? I mean, I don't give a shit when the printer goes burr, Abdul. Interesting. Stefan. Can you talk a little bit about the puts that expired in the money last week? How do they settle and impact today? I don't think a lot of them expired in the money, but I mean, if the contracts were closed, then that would have to be covered today, but it may have been. Some of the contracts were for this week, so they may not have closed them. Yeah, no problem. I don't remember RC saying buy and hold, but he did say buckle up. But yes, buy and hold is the way. We don't need to misattribute quotes. If you mod me, I promise my first course of action will be to ban Craig. I know. I don't want to be a mod at all, but I want you to want me to be a mod. I have issues for sure. What's the biggest catalyst, in your opinion, for MOASS within reason? Shorts covering. You could do that too, Danchovia. It's an equation. I don't think SLGG is very profitable. I wouldn't want them to buy it as an investor in the company. I would prefer if they did not throw money at unprofitable business models like esports. Spy's holding pretty steady. Do mods know your real name? I don't think so. Dan Almighty, the Almighty Dan for mod. Modan. Thanks, Danchovia. SLGG and AE, SE, esports stocks will boom after MOASS. Why? Almo. No, mods don't know your name either. His name is Stacy. Yeah, because we have no volume, so we're gonna track the spy's movement for the most part. I love it when people are like, this stock is going to rip, but they don't have a reason. They're like, well, because. I mean, yeah, but MOASS isn't going to end COVID, Almo. Also, I really just don't think the business model is profitable. I worked in esports. That was fun. As a photographer for Pro League of Legends team. Lived in a huge house with like 12 kids from Korea who barely speak English. I mean, that's currently how like most esports businesses are making their money, is by just like profiting off of their players' streams. But I don't think that's like a long-term successful plan. Yeah, crypto. Everyone's favorite cryptos is going to go to the moon soon. How will we celebrate? Probably by also dropping like a rock. Thoughts on holding 917 calls until tomorrow morning in case it goes up? None. Rob, I wish I was this handsome. I know you do, Adam Aaron. What currency is that? Romania? Interesting. That's crazy how many people around the world watch this stream. Mr. Worldwide. Burry's watching? I don't care. Get Ron or die trying. Oh, Freg. I love having you in here. I see that. Is there a quant pickle yet? I think so. I think we did one with like, he had like a little calculator and like an accountant visor, like one of those like green visors. No, but people keep drawing it, Glider. It's not even like an attempt at technical analysis anymore when people draw that fucking thing. It's just a monstrosity. They're just like they just put like a triangle around GameStop's price and they're like, look at my bull flag. It's the worst. Draw from the wicks? Never. Didn't I already draw a triangle? Is it still in the chart? That way I can just... There, see, there's one. Ooh, shit. I mean, not dying, but it's down $2. I'd draw the candles. I see somebody who's been reading technical analysis for the financial markets. Spy dumping? It's coming down. 440, 420. I like it. Oh, I'm gonna buy some puts. Because it looks terrible. TLT just hanging in there. Going up, even. It's entering one? I mean, the spy's not down that much, so that's why the VIX isn't going up that much. TA is irrelevant when manipulation occurs. I mean, that's not true, but sure, man. SPY already doing a bounce. I wouldn't really call that a bounce. You think anything will come of GME report from the SEC? Probably not. To confirm a correction, I'd be looking probably around 139.32. Oh, okay. You're just also looking at the EMA 60. Yeah, I would confirm a correction at the EMA 60. Bob. TA would be irrelevant if they didn't also use it. If the SPY keeps dropping, will you hold me? Why? You're about to make millions in corn futures. Is Spirit still squeezable? No, Spirit looks like shit right now, Dan. Why is everyone still trying to chase Spirit? It's dead. If it runs back up again, cool. If it doesn't, you know, enjoy your shares of Gree. Oh, Dan. Dan. The 1269 rip was 6 minutes ago. All hell VWAP. KPLT. No. I'm pretty comfortable with my current strategies, glider. But I mean, I've been digging more into like market mechanics and shit to do with GameStop recently than I have been like digging into trading. Although some of that does help. I mean, that it doesn't ever hurt to have extra knowledge. But yeah, I wouldn't say I've changed any of like my strategy that much. A little bit, I guess. Since GameStop, like some aspects of it have evolved, I guess. There's probably more like advanced option strategies that I don't really dig into very much. Mostly just because I don't have enough capital to use them effectively. You don't have your ISDA? Why would I? I think it's like $75 a year, but thanks, Glider. I'll see you. I'll see you tomorrow, man. Oh, from The Big Short. I don't remember that. I mean, they might have done it already. I don't know how much gamma exposure they had today. Fucking choose a name. They're definitely trying to keep the price sideways. Yeah, I know, Jeremy. We discussed it. I mean, I don't think it'll be any information that we either don't have or that will be relevant. Don't they have to cover by Friday? I mean, technically, if they have anything to cover, then yes. No, I think sideways through most of tomorrow, and then we might see something happen. I think they're trying to bleed the ramp, which, you know, given the size of the gamma ramp right now, is definitely effective. Is it going to fail, or do I need to sell these? Yeah, just to save the theta. Yeah, the roll's cheaper today, my good bean. So if nothing happens today or tomorrow, then it's cheaper to roll them today. I'm letting these bad boys ride to expiration. I mean, yeah, I was thinking that. But I'll just do the responsible thing. At least recoup some of the potential gains. What do you mean by bleed the ramp? By bleeding the theta on the options for the 17th and not spiking the IV, it encourages people to sell them and roll them before they push, reducing the number of contracts open on the ramp, which would reduce the accelerated price action if they were to cover. I mean, we just don't have any volume. That's why we didn't get dragged down as hard as the SPY, or and why we're not pushing up either. I mean, I don't think that's a choice, Ryan Cohen. Yeah, I do still expect volume to come in. If options are rolled, how does the total number go down? Because they're probably not going to roll the position at the same strength, right? KO. They'll probably like they'll roll the value of the capital, but that's going to end up a reduced number of contracts on like the next expiration date. So the overall number of contracts is going to decrease when it's rolled forward. How about interviewing Andrew Momeney? The only reason we're not pushing up is because of manipulation. No, it's because we have no fucking volume. I hope they do. That'd be funny. Ben. Oh, Ben. We need a new Dillionaires song because apparently Andrew Momeney doesn't really exist anymore. And I don't know what happened to Dan Can, Idaho. I think he disappeared. I think repos are important to look at. It jumped a considerable amount today. I don't know. I think the correlation is loose, if any. Tomorrow is also an interesting day. Tomorrow is the one is it? I keep forgetting. Supplemental liquidity deposits are due tomorrow. What does the liquidity have to get before NOSE steps in and takes away their designated MM status or GME? I mean, pretty low. We're not low enough for that to happen, I don't think. People told me that he quit streaming and stuff. Was this a ploy by Andrew to get you to change the SOG? It might be. Dan Cam was killed in action. I know. Double bottom. Is the spy coming back? Yeah. I'm gonna close these. I'm gonna update Reddit real fast too. And before spy dumps right after you close them. I mean, I still have a bunch of like long short positions on the market, so I don't really care. Although I'd be stoked if the Fed bumps interest rates. And immediately the spy drops. Yeah, of course it does. I can't see Gary Gensler just immediately confirming how fucked the shorts are. The wave of FOMO would be insane. Yeah, I agree. I just don't see anything coming of it. My favorite pizza places in the city right now, probably Scars and La Industry and like Prince Street if I very specifically want their pizza. Yeah, I sold the spy pits. Um, it doesn't look like even if it's going to come down today, it's not going to come down hard enough for them to print. And then I think we could trade sideways through the rest of today. It's definitely possible. Sold these. What about the T+2? I mean, they may have already covered it. First time tuning in, Win Moon. How is Tesla still seeing these massive pushes to 750? Because it's just a wildly erratic stock that moves for basically no reason a lot of the times. I do not, Muhammad. Jewish soldiers will die from boredom before MOASS. At least one. Ugh. Does it affect the stock price? I mean, the goal of market makers is to keep the stock at max pin. While they're not supposed to profit from that, right? They do. They do, and they actively push for stocks to close at max pin most of the time. Oh, just some other shit. Spy shit. I mean, the spy is an ETF that tracks the index. But I mean, yeah, if they have enough shares that they can dump all at once, they could definitely put some serious hurt on it, Jacob. Do you still think Jimmy will have 190 million volume before 917? I mean, that was an estimate based on the previous volume. I would like to, yeah, Matthew. Kind of sounds like a completely fraudulent system. All right, I'm gonna get some coffee. I'll be right back, guys. Like maybe 10 minutes or so. For those of you listening in, still trading like right at 200, 248 or $200.48 right now. I'll be right back. Good job, guys. Fish has moved. Oh, we were on a tear. I say that I missed like 20,000 volume get traded. Sanjit! Hello! I'm very cryo when I see nice message from Pickle viewers. Thanks to the friends. Hoping all is good. We're very going. Best regards. Best regards to you, Sanjit. God, Sanjit's great. Remember the times when a few dollars move would be boring? Like right now? I leave, come back, we're up $2, and everyone's like, it's MOASS. It was 20K of high quality trading volume. I'll take your word for it. So Zakir, I probably would have drawn it like from here, like that, and then from here. So I don't know if I would have drawn it from lower. I mean, because our volume's so low, this is fine. Like back here. But you definitely could have just drawn it from the closer support instead. Or the closer low. All I want is for Girk to respond to me like he responds to Sanjit. So being such a simp, chicken tender daddy. Sanjit for Pickle Ambassador. Thank you, Silence of the Dans. Bull flag? No. I mean, if it was a bull flag, it would have. This would be a breakdown of said bull flag. Is Vup an indicator? No. Although now I want to make it one. What do I need to do so you accept me and become beloved like Sanjit? Don't bring me every stupid theory you've read about on Reddit before you research it yourself. That's all I ask of you, Stefan S. Even if it was just like 1 or 2 less per day, that would be great. I should take this feedback to heart. But Kirk, you are the research. No, I'm not. Some days I feel like I'm slapping away like flies, and they just never stop. Tell Stefan S that only Jack Stoggs brings the best DD to Papa Kirk. I don't know what is wrong with you people. I have the weirdest financial viewership of anybody in the world, without a doubt. Turd Ferguson, never up, never in. Thank you. I can't see your profile pic. We ain't no gorillionaires. Matt Kors boofs some ducks. All right, well, recommend that to Ben. But thank you guys both for the donations. Your viewership has to be better than known popcorn shill shows. I mean, it is. Of course. What do you mean by you people? You guys, the viewers. You people. That's what I mean by you people, Bear Power. All of you viewers as a collective. What's a bagels after MOASS? I'm confused. Should pay attention to the treasury markets. It looks like 10 years down 4%, trying to develop wrinkles here. I mean, that's an effect of the decline in the overall market. Treasuries are doing weird shit today. It's like the 20 years are doing weird shit today too. Like they ran super hard from open and then just came back down. Not traditionally something that moves a lot in day to day. I have puts on TLT, which is the 20-year Treasury note ETF. Please don't put people and Dan's in the same category. All right, fine. From now on, when I say you people, I will say and Dan's. Yeah, contacted by a Dan asking to invest in boofing futures. Is it a good play? It could be, if that's your thing. We're finna retest 483. We got a ways to go. Gamification of T-notes. Oh, I should have found that so funny. Look what retail's doing to our treasury. Moonwin, what are you up to? You know what? I vote for Moonwin for chairman of the Fed. That's the kind of market I could get behind. You mentioned max paid benefits market makers, so all these sideways trading and ending up at max paid every single week, just fueling Citadel to short more. I mean, Citadel doesn't need the fuel, but yeah. I second that vote. Oh, Chalky Seki. Gross. Why would you? I've seen that image. That's. Can you delete a super chat? Coin catcher. Ape Ginger here built a dip buying machine. Check it out. Oh, cool. I will. I'll check that out later. Thank you for the donation. I'm watching Apple's event. They released the same phone again. I don't want to start that shit today. Maybe another day when I'm more bored. Investments for the Fed would be 0 DTEs. So I haven't made any progress. I thought we were bleeding Kenny dry. I mean, them holding the short position is what bleeds them dry. But I mean, they're a they're a massive market maker. They're dynamic. This isn't their only position, right? Level 6. So the idea that they've stopped functioning in all areas of the market but on GameStop is ridiculous. How can I uninstall YouTube? I think you just like hold the button down and then hit like X or something. Or uninstall. Depends on what type of device you have, I'd imagine. Would you work for GameStop? No? No problem, level 6. Is Evergrande bankrupt because of GameStop? We'll see. Michael Fassbender's carrot soup recipe. They could still roll it, yeah. But it's early in the week, so right now options are still coming in for Friday. If we were to see a roll, it's going to be later tomorrow or Thursday when they begin to start rolling it out. Yeah, there's still decent volume coming in on the 210s. Can they roll it in after hours? No. The options market's closed. When rolling options, is it more beneficial to roll near in the money first or further out one? Further out. And you can just mouse over each candle, Steve G, if you want to see the volume for that candle. It should show up in the top, like, left corner on most charting software that I know of. Want to buy a box of white wine? I get invaded by fruit flies. I made traps around my apartment, but I keep drinking 24/7, and they seem to be more attracted to me than the traps. What do? Take a shower? I'm talking about rolling options, Abdul. Apple found the real infinity pool. No, but you can go look them up, Jose. Yeah, I'm selling my 420s and 350s. I'm going to roll them out. Will you reinvest in the market after MOASS? Probably. What software are you going to use during MOASS? The charting? I'll either use WeBull or IBKR. Who's the most famous lurker in your chat? Oh, probably that, like, congressman guy. James Ellers or whatever. James Ellers. Yep. It would VWAP. Mark Cuban is lurking. It looks like it's breaking to the upside. Was he just a candidate? I have no idea. I don't really pay attention to who the Congress people are. Bro, you're definitely on a big screen at Citadel and many other high profile entities people. I highly doubt it. Didn't Elon Musk watch a movie because of you? I haven't seen Elon Musk in here in forever. Citadel interns are watching and learning and wearing VWAP hats. I mean, they have to know how to trade their position after their employer goes bankrupt, right? I don't really care about the SEC report, Zaris. I'm sure it'll be a big pile of nothing. I haven't seen anyone go to jail. Maybe it won't be. Maybe Gary Gensler will just like come out at the press conference and be like, this is it, MOASS. Then he'll pull the mic off that little pedestal and throw it on the ground and then walk out. They doubled down on their TD. Yeah. How do you know if an apple has gone bad? WeBull shilling Palantir now. Probably time to get out while you're in the green. I mean, I planned on holding my Palantir position for a few years, Eric. So I don't really care. I'll just wait. If I could say one thing to hedge fund managers in chat, what would it be? I don't know. I have to think on that. Does IBAKR cost money for an account? Yeah. I mean, you have to deposit money. It doesn't cost money. Win Lamborghini. Thank you, Netsaculon. I bet the SEC report will only talk about January, nothing after. Probably, yeah. That's what I'm imagining. Your new data must change more than the order book because our charts are definitely different. It does. It changes VWAP and the candles and everything. Secure. Gary Gensler would go down in the history book as the most legendary human ever. Can you leave to get a coffee again and do that thing in the background that makes the stock rip? There's nothing I'm doing in the. I don't know what you're talking about, John Goldstein. First out maybe survives. Yeah. I mean, I think SLD can be very interesting, and I'm considering holding some of my options to find out the effect of it. But I'm gonna see how many. What's your thoughts on a test of T10? It doesn't look very good on the current volume. The deep out of the money puts are not. They don't affect anything. Silky smooth cerebellum. Tomorrow is the supplemental liquidity deposits. Fidelity, paying at Ashi candles. Start the chart. Is that unique to WeBull? I don't know if Fidelity. I don't think Fidelity. I don't think ATP has them. ATP just added VWAP though, which is cool. Triple top is not my friend. It did end up forming a triple top, sort of. I mean, the resistance is different, but a triple top is 3 tests at the same resistance and then a fail. This was more of a wedge breakout that failed or was shorted, although the volume doesn't look particularly spectacular. Is Jimmy down because the new iPhone was announced? No, I don't think so. eToro works with Apex. Okay, I mean, it's not rip your shares. Lots of brokerages work with Apex. I think in January WeBull was only suspended buying and for like an hour. Robinhood did it all fucking day because they're actually criminals, but like most of the other Apex brokerages were up and running shortly. Yeah, ATP added VWAP. How did your straddle strategy work out? It worked out well. I got kind of fucked on the IV crush, but I mean it was still profitable. Yeah, why can't Apple come out and say the new iPhone's a GameStop exclusive? It could affect smaller funds. Yeah.
I'm not seeing VWAP and ATP charts yet. It should be there. They announced it in their like update thing on their like customer service Reddit. Windmill. Thoughts on Funko Pops? They're like Beanie Babies, except dumber. Would deep out of the money puts print on a large run up due to IV spike? I mean, yeah, and they'd also print on a giant drop from said run up. Andrew Z. That's why they buy them. They're like a volatility play. Android. Smux sucks. The Fidelity web interface got it? They didn't put it on ATP? That's bullshit. I thought they added it to ATP. Can turn on the green now. All right, good to know, Diddles. People keep mentioning I'm worried about Fidelity. I'm rolling over to Vanguard, or worried about Vanguard and rolling to Schwab, or worried about Schwab and rolling. I don't know. I have shares in all three of those. Says. Okay. That's lame. Yeah, I know. They have volume weighted moving average, which is basically the same. They have this. They have similar indicators. When do you expect Spurt to turn around? I don't, Dan. You keep asking me that, and I keep telling you I don't expect it to turn around. I mean, we're above VWAP. We could bounce. We just have no volume. Be patient with the Dans. I am. I've been infinitely patient with the Dans. ATP sucks, but it's still the best like order execution besides IBKR. And it's free, so that's a bonus. When do you expect to have a different opinion on Spurt? Well, Spurt doesn't exist after today, right? I remember a few weeks ago when you specifically said Spurt is not the play. I did say that. Hi, I've come from MIRC. Oh God. What do you think of getting certified paper shares and then on MOASS day going to the stock exchange and demanding they buy them? Good luck with that. What would be an actual case for Jamie to do a stock split? Illiquidity. Supposedly ATP is doing a big overhaul sometime towards the end of this year, but I feel like I've been saying that for months and there's been zero news, so maybe they're not. We are moderately illiquid, yes. Super hot kitty. And by that I mean very. Probably the only Russell 1000 stock with a 30-cent bid-ask spread. I rolled my 350s and 400s. I didn't roll them, I just sold them. I haven't bought in again. SPY hitting a new low. Cool. I don't expect anything positive from the SEC. Ugh. Looks like it's 20 cents here. Snare case. It's still really high, but ETP books are prioritized on backlog based on frequency, impact, number of value customers. Yeah. Yeah, Gamma Ramp's still there, ready to go. That's why we're flat. Take loss and recover what you can for next week's. Yeah, essentially you roll the expiration date forward by selling and buying later expiration date calls. Today or Friday? I don't know. I did say I expected tomorrow to be sideways. Ah. But I don't want any coffee. The new hat could be the catalyst. I only have like a few hats. Just trying to get peeps to in on the FOMO to pump and dump? Probably. Or just try to increase their their personal, so since like when you buy crypto on a lot of those platforms you don't actually own it, they do. They're probably just trying to get people to buy crypto for them. Which makes sense with the market being weak. I saw that. This says OBV. 917 200s pouring in. Interesting. A few. The OI is insane. She sat down 20% after Apple event, no satellite phone. Oh yeah, they were tracking that, weren't they? There was like a bunch of hype for GSAT because they thought they were going to use their shit in the new iPhone. A 5 minute, it looks like we're in a ascending wedge. That's bearish. Mm, 5 minute. I think we'll bounce off this. What's up doing? That's kind of like the bump and run we saw yesterday. These occur a lot on GameStop. Will price gap indicators be at all useful during MOASS? No. I don't think so. GSAT was up like 100%. Like Litecoin yesterday. Yeah, I mean they're still buying a lot of 917s, and it's not retail, right? And that's what's kind of interesting. They're buying them in the money, they're buying them out of the money. It's way too many options for it to be retail. Like way too many contracts. The cheaper they get, it seems like the more they're buying. What's your next level for the spy correction? It's like the EMA 60 out on the daily is like a confirmed correction. So if it falls below that, that would be a pretty significant indicator. I think it's at like 430 something. Go take a look at it. It's 439.30 right now. So the spy hasn't really traded a lot of volume down here. Most of its volume is still traded above the correction zone. I mean, it doesn't look good, but it doesn't look super terrible either. Oh, shit. Nope. Failing the test. So this can continue down to this support. Is this the 1 minute or the 5? I do this on the 5. But yeah, if we don't get volume and the spy keeps dropping, we're just gonna get dragged down really, really slow. Could this be the Great Divergence? Maybe. Yeah, I almost don't want to ride my calls into the ground either, but I don't know. There are 3 DTEs, not 2. Today's Tuesday, not Wednesday. I thought you said if the spy goes down, GME shouldn't go down. I've never said that. I've repeatedly said that if we have no volume, we will get dragged around by the market. Oh Jesus! Let's start with the negative beta shit. AMC doing a rug pull? No, it's not. It's like down, but it's not down that much. Are calls in the money or out of the money? I have 195s that are in the money, Sean. Ride them out. No, that can't be right. Hmm. Put negative beta. Spurt did a rug pull? Yeah, Spurt dropped pretty hard today. Jimmy, and it's negative beta. Was it increased long interest in building ramps week after week? Confirmation bias through secret DD? I mean, not really. I didn't factor that in, but it is it is bullish, right? Like they're making strong bullish bets is good, I guess. Like it's supporting evidence, but I don't consider it like evidence of my actual thesis. Lara bars contain negative beta. The last cycle was half of the prior cycle. Could this cycle be half of the last cycle? The last cycle's price action was the same as the previous cycle. So if you're talking about them like decreasing, no. It's staying in the bottom channel of the Bollinger. It's you said daily, right? Oh, you said daily. Yeah, it's not looking good. Although it started to come back a little bit yesterday. I know. I have a pretty decent sized short position on the market. So I'm not super worried about it crashing. Kiwi is still up from open, but mostly just flat. It's just flat today. Nothing has happened. Above 200, slightly below 200, irrelevant. We're either up a lot or we're not. Like those are the only two like movements that matter. It's flat or up a bunch. Or down a bunch. I guess. So 3. It's flat like OBV. Three weeks ago, 150. Yup. I mean, this cycle and the last cycle have already separated in that whatever futures covering they had to do was not done by the rollover date. So there's already the correlation between the two cycles is already broken. Not that it was tracking all that similarly after the quarterly options rollover. Vitamix makes good blenders. Beyond every time. Yeah, that looks like it came back to just like retest at 205 Corneb. So I would say that that's definitely defeated. As like an indicator at least. Do you think they're done covering futures this cycle? No, I think they didn't cover them, and they have yet to. What would you do if your 195 calls were for the 24th? Half of them are JD 181, and I mean, I'm holding them. I'm just trying to think if I should roll my 240s. I have a lot of 240s. So I'm thinking about just selling them and buying like more like 205s. But it doesn't look that great. Maybe we'll buy like 205, 210, 220, 225. Like the low end of the ramp. I don't like that though. I want the IV. Use my teeth. You can use an options calculator, Mitch. It's, I mean, for me as like a trader, I just care about when the stock is going to go up. As this week progresses, it's looking less and less likely that they're going to cover in the expected manner. And so if they're covering next week, then it is beneficial for me to move to there. Like I'm playing something specific. I'm not creating an option strategy. This is just a call spread. It's just a bullish bet. There's no hedging involved. It's just either the stock rips or it doesn't. What was that deal you talked about? AP is able to borrow a basket of ETFs, wave a magic wand, and convert the whole basket to GME. That was a DD that occurred. I mean, that's not quite how that works, but yeah, essentially. So if it moves hard and fast, you can make a lot more money off of having like farther out of the money calls that print based on the spike in implied volatility. Because IV is super, super low right now. Did Norm Macdonald die? That's crazy. I didn't think he was that old. Moonwind, you want to give Imp the link over on the Discord? Or Windmill? For the options calculator that I sent you the link for. You can use like optionsstrat.com is fine. There's a bunch of free ones. I think what's the other one? It's like options profit calculator is one. I didn't even know he had cancer. It's a good WeBull order book. NASDAQ total view or 999 and BBO, or you need both? I have both. Worst case scenario, do you think the next cycle will be the last one for MOASS? And that depends on if there is a this cycle or a completion of this cycle per JSON. It's hard to say. Our floor is higher, obviously. You thought I used an options calculator? No, I didn't. I meant, yeah, Windmill has it. I know you don't use an options calculator, Minwin. Give to who? Imp. Or Imp, just like DM Windmill Willie over on the Discord and let him know so he has your screen name over there and he can send it to you. Or he can just post it in like general chat on Dillionaires. MACD on SPY looking rough. Well, it's because it's going down. If I wanted to be buying shares on the dip, what price points would you do? I mean, 200 seems to be pretty strong. We can dip below it, but so far we haven't stayed at any price point below it. But the market's coming down, so I'd wait. DD on the current state of ETFs again. They're honestly too hard to explain to people, Anthony G. What's the difference if they buy contracts versus just stock? I mean, they're not driving the price up by buying contracts, right? They can just and also, you know, they have like analysts can, you know, write them a solid case for buying calls on GameStop right now based on previous movement. They expect the stock to move. Yeah, they bought calls indicating they would do so. It's something that they can explain to their investors. Going out and just buying a shitload of the stock is a little harder to explain. Trying to explain how ETFs works it makes you sound like Charlie's vids at best. It's like, hey guys, what if I were to tell you that there's these giant things that just print shares? And they've completely taken over the markets. That is correct, Hales. Probably a Steve. If Charlie's Vids was in here, what would you say to him? Stop acting like a crazy fuck. What a boring day. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. I wish we were talking about something else. Well, the stock does nothing. Somebody bring up fun topics of conversation. Power Hour is gonna be fun. No, it's not. Looking like we either get some action in Power Hour, likely near the end, like they did on another run up. Yeah, that's happened before. When was the last time I cried? Fuck, I don't know. It's been a long time. Favorite kind of pickle to boof? Something small. How many dents would you help get adopted after MOASS? 0. I would never burden anybody with that. How to write off your yacht, create an art gallery in it, but absurdly priced art. And that's considered a write-off. That's genius. Why is AMC down over 8%? I don't know, it's a shitty company. I think they're only down $4 though. I mean, it's not like it's tracking differently than GameStop. It's not dead. It hasn't sold off hard. It's really just nothing exciting at all. It's just a red day in the market and no one's doing shit. Cabo, one time I bought a shitload of Tesla shares or options, like 1 DTEs, and the next morning the stock had like moved up $30. That was fun. I've never played any MMORPGs. Unless Diablo is considered one, but I don't think it is. I think it's an ARPG. No, Futures Theory is not over. It just I feel like nobody read my fucking DD at all. Like the people that keep asking me that did not read the DD even a little bit. Go read the DD again. I didn't play a lot of Diablo 2. I played a lot of Diablo 3. But it was mind numbing and I had to stop. Probably not. I hate Blizzard. Which Street Fighter and which character? Street Fighter 4, Cammy Ryu. Still listening to Smooth Criminal on repeat? Not for days. I refuse. Worst and best date you've ever been on? Oh, I don't know. They've all been pretty terrible in one way or another. Can you write a DD about the DD that nobody read? Stands for due diligence. Simply a trade, single longest hold, GameStop, without a doubt. Oh, it is Power Hour. I feel like the song's a bit too much for today, but I'll play it anyway.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have
Pixelator,
liftoff.
thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Thank you, Pixelator. I appreciate that, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Billionaires Country Club after the stream's over. JFresh, what is T plus 69? You tell me, you son of a bitch. Did you find a new solid source for coffee? I haven't. I found this one roaster that ships to me, but they want like $35 a pound. It's ridiculous. That's like local. I don't trust any of the ones further out because I always get stale coffee. I don't really listen to that much music, to be honest. What's your current relationship status? Or the DD that I called JG Wentworth. They said they can't give me 300 million based on hypothetical value. What's your biggest gainer? The Tesla bet? No, definitely GameStop. I don't see Ryan going in sight. Why would you? He's the chairman. I'm sure he doesn't hang out at corporate headquarters all day. Would you make a payment on your mortgage if you've been foreclosed? Maybe it answers the problem with the futures theory. Thoughts? I mean, yeah, that's the inference, is that we could go out to the 22nd if they just let it expire without covering it at all. Which would mean what, they've accepted their fate, then why keep shorting it? if they've given up. I did discover the GameStop play because of DFE. Would I have found it on my own? Probably, but too late. Much later. It was definitely not something I was looking into at the time. I could have bought earlier though, because I first started seeing DFE's posts like back in August, I want to say. And then I saw like that Cohen had bought in and still kind of just ignored it. And I didn't buy in until the end of November of last year. Who's the biggest simp viewer? I don't know. It's a toss-up. Futures thesis isn't disproved until 9/22. That way you can point to it instead of wasting your breath all week. Probably, but then people are just like, oh, he doesn't want to explain things. What will you draw tomorrow? I don't know. Yeah, I would have just carried on day trading, Natty. Yeah, I mean, this is a great time to buy calls if you're moving in. If you're expecting like upward pricing, like near the money calls right now when IV is super low is an excellent time to buy them. Is there a chance that they cover in advance the future swaps run from 150 to 190 plus the share offering previous? It's possible, Slizzard. I don't think they've covered enough volume for that to have happened, but it may be. It may be that like the only volume that they actually needed to cover was provided by institutions this cycle, and has been covered on the $50 run. But the $50 run up that happened on the 24th was the options, the quarterly options rollover. So it didn't, like, I expected us to run on that date. And we did, which was kind of, I feel like, as confirmation that they were specifically covering those futures, the quarterly options rollovers. So I still feel like they have a lot of volume left to cover, and I don't think the 10 million ish shares would have satisfied that have been released, but we'll find out. I mean, that's all we could do is wait, right? Buy and hold. It either runs or it doesn't. It's pretty simple. Highest cost basis per share. I've bought a few shares at like 350, I think. It's at waffles.finance. I'll check that out later, Windmill. Can August 24th run be the test run to gauge if it's worth covering future calls? They probably realize if they cover the future, it can MOASS, so they're letting it expire. But they still have to cover it if they let it expire. T-Blazed. So, like, either they cover it now or they cover it in, you know, what? 1, 2, 3, 5 trading days. I mean, I feel like waiting longer doesn't help them in any way. I'm sure they used the data from the buy-in on the 24th as like a liquidity test. But I honestly think they're just trying to defeat the gamma ramp before they try to cover. I don't think Citadel's like Citadel or Sauce or any of them are bankrupt yet. But maybe it's just that the size of the futures contract is so much more than I think it is, and they have no choice. Like, it's just over. But I don't know. What do you think about rolling options down the strike in this period? That's what I'm thinking about doing, because I have like 20 plus contracts at 240, and I'm thinking of rolling those down a little bit if I roll them out. So I might roll them out and like lower the strike just a touch. What if they're hoping the SEC report drops the price drastically to cover? I don't think they're banking on that. What's the most annoying thing about Supersonic? I mean, people just like post things and they're like, what's this? And then everyone makes shit up. And then whatever those people make up then becomes like what's considered a valid theory. Why is August the quarterly options rollover? Because it is. It's on August 24th, the day we ran up. That's the date they have set for quarterly options rollover. I didn't make the dates up. I don't know why they put it on that day. But they did. Lots of people without profile pics asking for negative comments about Supersonic. I mean, I don't give a shit. Everyone's saying buying options is bad for MOASS. I don't think buying options is bad for MOASS. I think it's just bad if you don't know what you're doing, because you'll just lose money, like lots and lots of money. Whereas like you can just buy the stock and hold it and not lose any money. People revisit RC tweets something. Eh. Why is reverse repo so high? What does it mean for the overall market? It means there's too much liquidity. Why is the gamma ramp so big? I mean, they've been rolling it for weeks into the end of the quarter. It's also quad witching. So it's expected that options interest will be high on quad witching. Can halt trading at any time for up to 90 seconds or something. Send me a link for that, Iron Archer. I don't think so. I know where they can stick their liquidity. What would you say your low, mid, and high rough estimates for SI percent? I would say low is around like 220, 216. Mid 300s. High, anywhere from like 4 to 800%. What if they don't cover on the 22nd? They get margin called, I guess, or they don't, and I'm just wrong. Like, there's a possibility I'm wrong. I've said that repeatedly. I don't have any proof, but like surrounding data of a futures position, right? Because it's not transparent. It's not something reported. If the instrument I suspect they're using is the instrument that they're using, there would be no reports of it. It'd be internalized. if they don't cover by the 22nd and they get margin called, then when should we expect to see the covering? I mean, so they have to cover by the, so 17th is when it expires. The 22nd is T+2 from that day. I'm out here trying to figure out when T69 is. Good luck. T69 moves. It's not a static date. It moves based on the amount of volume traded. It's essentially just like when the date when FTVs pile up. I think this DD's estimating SI to be in the thousands or a little far-fetched. I mean, they're not estimating it based on any data, right? Do you sleep? Occasionally. Do you think Spurt is dead or the short hedge funds dropping it like GME in February? Don't they merge tonight? Do you what? Like, isn't today its last trading day? How many of your listeners do you think bought weeklies based on your rollover thesis? I don't know. I hope not a lot because I said it could go out to the 22nd. Which would mean that weeklies would be fucking useless, right? But, I mean, I'm not here to control what people do with their money. Is this thing on? Instructions unclear. YOLO'd into Spurt options. All right, well, I definitely didn't say anything about Spurt. Do you have any VIX calls? No, but I have a VIX futures contract for December. How can I send you the link? On Discord? Iron Archer? You just like click my name in the Discord and it should pop up like a little message bubble and you can paste the link in that and hit enter and it'll send it to me. Just like that. I didn't know people could be allergic to cucumbers. I'll consider it, Mads. Not nearly enough lines or triangles. This is like a bear pennant, but it's shitty. There's not enough volume for intraday TA. It's like, it's a waste. We're still sub 2 million volume for the day. No further movement to 202. We could bounce back up over 200 before the end of the day. Is the SPY coming back up? If the SPY comes up, we might move up a little bit. This is why a lot of day traders look for stocks with high volume. That's like something you usually look for when you're day trading, is because technical analysis is much more accurate when the volume's higher. Like low volume chop, and this and GameStop has like a wide bid ask. Like on the intraday, even on the shorter, like slightly longer time scales rather, like 5 and 15 minute, GameStop can still be kind of unreliable. The only reliability I found with technical analysis on GameStop has mostly been on like long-term trends, as those do tend to play out a little more accurately. But I mean, that's one of the reasons like you don't day trade this stock, right? It's not a good candidate for day trading, aside from the fact that like it has an effect on MOASS occurring sooner. Could you draw math Doritos for us? Thank you, Curious Dildan. I appreciate that. I hope we do. Again, if the SPY comes up, we'll close the day above 200. Like if it comes up hard into close. If it doesn't, we'll probably just close right around where we're at. And obviously, Elliot was working all on this stock. What's the easiest way to bamboozle a beautiful woman into falling in love with you and rescue you from a hive mind? Asking for a friend. Are you trying to get out, Dan? You can't get out of the Dans. There's no way out. You're trapped. What does make a good candidate for day trading? High volume, lower volatility. Decent, like you want decent turnover of the float. You want interest. These are all like factors. Like you want market participants, right? Because as a day trader, you're making money off of the movement of the stock, and if you're trading a stock that doesn't move, you're not going to make any money. What do you wish you had known, read early on in your trading career? That this is like really simple and not nearly as complex as one would think when getting into it. Like buying low, selling high really isn't that fucking hard. Oh, and oscillators are mostly bullshit. That would have been good to know early on. And I guess and sentiment, like everyone gets into the market and they think they can solve it with math. May I ask what happened of note? Nothing, literally. What do you think about sacrificing a Dan to make us climb the gamma ramp? Thanks for everything. I'm more than willing to sacrifice all the Dans to climb this gamma ramp. I would sacrifice every last Dan in chat. Luke. Michigan and North Carolina produce the most pickles. 30 of 50 states make pickles. Well, that's cool. MNDY. I don't know anything about that stock. Monday.com. I mean, it's a bit expensive and the volume sucks super hard. So no, I wouldn't day trade that at all. Yeah, it looks that way. I wouldn't say I was like a Norm Macdonald fan. I mean, it was funny sometimes, I guess. Not really my style. And his voice annoyed the shit out of me. But I'm sorry to hear that he passed. Current OBV less value. OBV from 112. Represent total shares added. It could, yeah. Richard. Have you heard of Theo Vaughn? I feel like I've heard him before, but I don't really know who he is. It was Norm Macdonald, BOFH. The GameStop virtual conference is for their like employees, I think. Sub 2 million volume day, Victor. Goldman Sachs CFO retiring. Yeah, I mean, that's not relevant news. Do you think tomorrow morning could hit 205? I don't know. Maybe. It doesn't mean anything, Dr. K. It means we could. And it's the next 5. It's the next 5 days. Potentially. They could let it expire. And then just cover the full value of it. Or they could cover the loss from it in the next 3 days. Remember when it jumped 100% in after hours? Those days were great. They were. I miss that. I wouldn't mind one of those right now. Spurt's probably not bad for day trading lately. Although today, obviously not. But it had been like bumping throughout the day. It was had good volume. I wouldn't say it was super predictable. That's why I stay out of a lot of the Wall Street bet stuff, is because retail involvement fucks everything up. When if you're trying to like day trade something like that. So they'll have to buy like 180 million in the next week, possibly. Five trading days or calendar days? 5 trading days. Sven. That's actually something interesting that I should look at. When did it rip? It ripped like right into... That's just like the same time frame. Yeah, it's irrelevant. a lot of our downward movement today has been because of the overall market, yeah. Hope you find the MOASS launch button tonight. Must have packed it in a moving box. No. It's right there. AMC to 100 cents. It seems like they're just piling on really hard this week, Nick. It does not seem like they're buying a lot for the 24th. I mean, some's coming in for the 24th, but I would say almost everything coming in is for the 17th. Dude, are you stoked for the next 3 trading days? I mean, kinda. Is the market crazy this week? I mean, usually quad witching weeks tend to have like more volume and volatility. Specifically the first one after summer, because this is when like the volume and everything starts to really return to the market. Summers are slow generally. What happens to the call options on Spurt after today? I think they get like exercised and then converted to Gree if they're in the money. Huh. So that was no theta loss. 400s. Fuck, IV's so low. Huh. What about swing trading AMC? It seems to be bouncing between 30 and 50. Risky, hard to time. The taper, inflation is fake, should be okay. I mean, we still don't have any volume coming in. Give me 1 second, guys. Why would I come back eating a bagel? Fed shocked Pikachu. SPY being down 0.69 is all the confirmation I need. What's your view on seller boxing? It's inapplicable to GameStop. It doesn't work because GameStop was never seller boxed. So it's kind of irrelevant. It's just a strategy that market makers employ on essentially dead stocks that are where they could take advantage of the arbitrage. Trying to make money off of his theory. Oh, the YouTube guy. Just like, so like some dude did a YouTube video on seller boxing back in like years ago. And like, after the seller boxing post came out on Superstock, he like started live streaming and selling super chats to people like within an hour. It wasn't the guy who posted about seller boxing. It was like some YouTuber who made a video about it. So that's what I was talking about, Moonwind. Have you ever been seller boxed? I haven't. That sounds like something you do in your free time, though, Dr. K. Speaking of which, how's the family? Speaking of seller boxing. Do you box with J-Fresh? Do you belly box? What is that? They might be, Jason. Any thoughts on hedge funds communicating with each other through certain buy-sell quantities? Yeah, I saw that. No, I don't think so. Like fucking smoke signals. I saw the video. The guy, the dude in the video is literally just he has like higher like pricier level 2 data, right? And he's just literally describing the action of a stock moving through the order book. Like, it's not, he's not predicting the future. I've been over this before. It's a fucking nothing burger. NBBO, Pablo. Why 450 over 420? Better theta, and I can buy more contracts. Those are just IV. I just bought them because I had extra money in the account. There was nothing important about them. Close poll 202. Maybe. Volume's starting to pick up. Other than DFE, what other theories have you seen throughout all the DD that is the most validity in your opinion? I liked the ETF DD a lot. There have been some good ones at the time, but nothing super long term that has held up. Like I liked dentists, like T plus 35 DD back when that came out. As I thought he was closer to what that actual cycle was than other people were, but it was still off. But it was like well written and thought out. I think Adobit's DDs did a lot for like informing the community on kind of like what was going on here. For the people that read them. Trying to think. There was like a really good gamma exposure DD, but I can't remember who wrote it. Did I say the ETF one? That one was really good. And still valid. But that guy deleted his account. All the whale teeth DD has been excellent. What do you make of the SPY being read 7 days in a row? It could be moving in for a correction. It could also just bounce and run again. No, it wasn't yellow. It was on Wall Street Bets, I think. So they have to cover swaps by the end of October. I haven't seen the DD on that, Tom. You want to DM it to me? Rental's Daily News. I mean, that wasn't DD. The alien DD on Wall Street Bets? That was amazing. Yeah, Leave Me Anon was the ETF DD that I'm referring to. But he deleted his account. The Oreo DD. Well, there's a lot of stuff with ETFs that Leave Me Anon kind of left out, but I mean, it does. I mean, do you want stems in your food? Inflation DDs by the Peruvian guy. I haven't seen those. Like, the more I do this, the less time I have to spend on Reddit, right? Burry hates ETFs. He should. But it's valid. They're a fucking scam. But 14K more calls today is pretty good for the ramp. Yeah. Still haven't heard your ETF scam, DD. I would say that the vast majority of any criminal like fraud going on in the market is because of ETFs. That's on options volume in October being so low, with the options volume being so high this week. Couldn't October options volume be higher due to hedging by MM? Shouldn't it be higher? I mean, not right now. They can hedge into next month pretty quickly. Is it bundled together? Scam? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, absolutely, Nano. I mean, yeah, the SPY's an ETF. I mean, I didn't say don't invest in them. I just said they're full of fraudulent activity. Rip or more blood? Let's see. Yeah. Wait, don't they merge tonight? Isn't it over? I thought they pushed up the merge date. Did the market drop off? No. Just trying to keep it under 200 again. Do you think MOASS will happen this year? Yeah. I think it's more likely to happen sooner than far later. But we'll see. They did. One spirit stock will equal 0.115 GRE. Okay. How long do you think MOASS will last? I wrote an exit DD about a little Noctua. The peaks of it at least a few days. Maybe longer. Just another day of the SEC not doing their job. Now I'm only up 20% on Spirit Diamond Hands. What will you say to your friends who didn't buy it after MOASS? I'll just probably continue to send out my monthly newsletters. Why do you think the shorts are trying for below 200 close on Tuesday of all days? I don't know. It's kind of annoying bullshit manipulations what grinds my gears. I guess. I mean, it's just a flat day, right? Like, we're down $5 from the like yesterday's close, but it's not like significant either way. They're giving you cheap yellow calls. Dropped about 40K. It looks like they used it. Is there anything that make you lose faith in MOASS? No, not really. Pretty confident in it. If the price suddenly fell off like sub 100 again, that would be weird, I guess. KO. Thanks, Ecstasy. Ooh. That was interesting. Did anybody see that, like, $2 candle? What the fuck was that? It jumped to, like, $200.50. Like, on, like, the last, like, couple, or the first, like, couple ticks of the hour. So 201. Huh. All right. Well, thank you all for tuning in. Today was long. Today was a long day. But hopefully we see some of this stuff start playing out throughout the end of this week. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you all tuning in. Have a great night. And I'll see you first thing tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.